It's News Hot KZRG. We are streaming this live severe weather coverage here on the stations of Zimmer Marketing. Ty Albright here, following the storm for you. And we do actually have a pretty good look at this storm. And there is a bit of a lowering, a bit of a wall cloud again headed east of Joplin. Nothing on the ground as of now, but there is quite a lowering, as you can see, to the southeast of Joplin. And again, not moving towards Joplin, not moving into the metro, but it will skirt towards I-44 and I-49 where that is. And again, it's still a severe thunderstorm warning, so I just do want to make that clear for you right now at this time. So getting messages, though, from the Storm Prediction Center and National Weather Service as we speak, but we are seeing this lowering on the eye in the sky camera on the here our stations here at 32nd and Range Line. So if you want to check that out, we are live on the KZRG Facebook page and on the KZRG News Talk KZRG YouTube as well. So it's something that we have our eyes on, a lowering headed towards the Fidelity area. And we're going to stay live on the radio stations as well, just so you are aware of what's going on. But like I said, if you are a visual person like myself, go ahead and jump over to the KZRG Facebook page and the KZRG YouTube as well. We are going to get a severe thunderstorm warning here in just a second for Jasper County. But again, if you are in the Fidelity area, if you're on the south side of Carthage, this storm is tracking towards you. If you're in the Dunaweg area, it's kind of headed your way. It might skirt past you to your east, but 7th Street runs into I-44. The farther east you go, that is the area that this storm is headed towards. So again, if you are on I-44 near the I-49 interchange, that is the area of concern as this storm is headed your way. So again, we do have a lowering. This storm is trying to spin. It's a little mini supercell. People in Diamond reporting that they can see it. We can see it on the KZRG Eye in the Sky camera. You can see the beautiful Food for Less parking lots in the foreground and this rain shaft and or lowering as well. So we're going to keep an eye on it every second for you. But if you're on I-49, I-44, right there in the Fidelity area, this storm is headed your way. A severe thunderstorm warning is about to get issued for this storm. Right now, quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are the main threats with it. And, of course, watching to see if any rotation can get going. But like I said, we want to watch still what this tornado warning storm in the northwest side of Tulsa is going to do as well. So that will affect people in southeast Kansas over the coming hour or so. New severe thunderstorm warning just issued moments ago. This does not include the city of Joplin, the very eastern side of the metro, but this storm is not going to affect Joplin. It is going to affect Carthage, though. It's going to affect really areas in the I-49, I-44 interchange area like Fidelity. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and also the tornado possible tag on that as well. Again, we are watching the lowering, see if we can see anything on our end moment by moment. Of course, the radar updates once every few minutes, but for now, just seeing a bit of a lowering. Tornado possible tag on it, though, so if you're in the Fidelity area, if you're in the Carthage area, if you want to be safe, go ahead and take shelter. It's still just kind of a lowering. Again, a low wall cloud, a cloud that's trying to spin up. We don't have anything confirmed on the ground, but we are watching it through our camera and several other cameras here in the area. MoDOT has several cameras on that interchange that are actually very helpful to us as well. But severe thunderstorm warning has a tornado possible tag on it, which the National Weather Service says means confidence is not high enough yet for a tornado warning, but they are watching it on live camera feeds, and it's in a favorable environment for this to end up being something that could spin up and drop something on the ground. So we do want to keep our eyes on it for you. We got the radar on the KZRG Facebook page. We have a live video feed of our camera on the KZRG YouTube as well. And you can see me blabbering on about these storms as they push northeast. Again, if you're in Joplin, it's not going to affect the Joplin city limits proper. It may affect Dunaweg, maybe the eastern edge of Duquesne, but it's not affecting Joplin. This specific storm is not affecting the city of Joplin. If you're in Carthage, though, we got to watch it closely. If I'm in Carthage, I'm getting my things ready to maybe possibly have to take shelter because, again, this is severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it. So I think that it's just better safe than sorry that you maybe get your things together if you have to get into your safe place. But for now, still just a lowering wall cloud that we are watching on not only our cameras but the MoDOT cameras as well. It's coming up on 6:30. You're listening to live severe weather coverage on the stations of Zimmer Marketing. Ty Albright here in the KZRG 24-hour storm sensor. Again, keeping our eyes on a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it for the good part of the central and eastern parts of Jasper County. I'll say it several times, but if you're in Joplin, this storm is going to the east of the metro. It's not going to affect Webb City, not going to affect Carl or Oronogo. It will affect Carthage, though. It's affecting Fidelity in the I-44, I-49 interchange as we speak. I'm going to pull up one of these cameras here and give you a better look, but still seeing just some very broad, low-level rotation. West of Diamond, northwest of Diamond, headed for the Fidelity area, maybe the eastern part of Dunaweg. There's a little area called Scotland, right where 7th Street meets up with I-44 on the east side of Joplin. So that's really what we're watching at now. We've got cameras from MoDOT showing a little bit of that still lowering in that area. If you're on I-44, you got to take it really, you got to be extra cautious here because a lot of rain's coming down there on I-44 and I-49. But we do have spotter reports that the wall cloud is not well defined and is not persistent. So that is some good news that the storm's just not able to get going at this time. So that's why they have left it a severe thunderstorm warning with just a tornado possible tag on it just in case. So we're going to continue to watch it, though. It's pushing northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with this storm. And again, if you're just tuning in, it's not affecting the city of Joplin, not affecting Webb City, not affecting Carl Junction, not affecting Neosho. It will affect Carthage here in just a bit. That is the main area of population that we are watching to see if this storm can try and start rotating a little bit more. But right now, again, just a low wall cloud being reported. And again, like I said, you can see it on the KZRG Eye in the Sky, which we have a live video feed of on our Facebook page and our YouTube. So search News Talk KZRG and you can watch it there if you are a visual person like me. But again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Watching this lowering wall cloud that is not persistent, not well defined according to spotter reports, but something we are going to watch moment by moment here on the stations of Zimmer Marketing. And of course, we will stay with you until this threat has passed. Now, I do want to mention we do have a tornado watch until 1 a.m. So this is not going to be the only round of storms that we see. Unfortunately, we could see a big squall line move through closer to the midnight hour, maybe 1 or 2 in the morning. That could have embedded wind gusts and QLCS tornado threat with it. We're also watching that tornado warned storm north of Tulsa that has a history of confirmed tornadoes. It's moving northeast, so we'll see if it moves into our southeast Kansas counties over the next hour and a half or so. But right now, again, we are focused in on the southern part of Newton County, southern part of Jasper County, in the extreme northern portion of Newton County, right around Fidelity, right east of Dunaweg, and the south side of Carthage. Those are the areas right now that need to be aware. Sarcoxy, you are in this warning, but this storm's kind of going between you and Joplin. So the main areas I'm concerned about: Carthage, Fidelity, east of Dunaweg. Just really in the east, the south and the eastern sides, and the southwestern side of Carthage. Those are the areas that we're mainly watching. But we got spotters out there. We've got several cameras from not only MoDOT, but of course the KZRG Eye in the Sky that we are continuing to watch this storm try to rotate. If you're just tuning in, listening to live severe weather coverage on the stations of Zimmer Marketing, Ty Albright here in the KZRG 24-hour news censor, keeping you up to date. Enhanced risk of severe weather was in place today, so we knew that the atmosphere was ripe. A lot of uncertainty with where the storms were going to form, how they were going to form, how well they were able to attach to the environment and get going. But right now, we are still just seeing a lowering wall cloud head towards the I-44 area between 249 and I-49. So the storm's kind of stalling out, it seems like. It has not been moving all that quickly. Sorry, having some audio problems on the KZRG Facebook page. That should be fixed as we speak. So, News Talk KZRG Facebook page, News Talk KZRG YouTube. You can listen on the stations of Zimmer Marketing as well. Severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it. We're watching a lowering wall cloud to the east of the city of Joplin. Again, it's not affecting Joplin. It's moving away from the city of Joplin. So if you're in Joplin and worried about that, you need to just, or you're allowed to relax at least a little bit. But again, this area of rotation moving right over I-44, just to the west of where it intersects with I-49 at this time. There's some hail headed towards the southeast side of Carthage. That we are continuing to watch. If you're in Carthage, no need to necessarily take shelter at this time, but just in case you do get a warning on that. But the National Weather Service has got some good news, not seeing strong enough rotation at this time for any tornado warning. So good news from the National Weather Service just moments ago, but they're still monitoring that storm, which is moving northeast and is crossing into Jasper County as we speak, has just crossed into Jasper County right around I-44 and the I-49 interchange, and is going to affect parts of the Carthage metro. If you are seeing anything, head on over to the KZRG Facebook page. Give us a comment. Let us know what you're seeing. Of course, don't walk outside if you're in the way of these storms, but if you've got any reports, anything that you're seeing, that would be greatly appreciated. At this time, we did have some heavy rain move through Joplin, but nothing in the Joplin city limits has been warned so far. But that's some good news. Again, we are still going to watch the storms that are coming out of northeast Oklahoma, because if they continue to track the way they are, we could see them along and north of I-44. So I do just want to be mindful of that over the next few hours as we progress into the 7 and 8 o'clock hours too, because we've also southwest of Tulsa have another tornado warning that has popped up. So again, these are far away, but tornado watch is going to continue till 1 a.m. So the National Weather Service believes that the environment will be ripe for these storms for the next several hours, which is just something we want to be aware of. Charge your phones, charge your power banks. If you've got a safe place, basement, whatever it might be, just kind of clean it out if you haven't thought about that yet. I know it's a little bit early in the severe weather season for a day like this, but it's just better to be prepared and better safe than sorry. But again, we're watching severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. Newton County, if you're in Newton County, you're no longer in that storm. It has fully crossed into Jasper County at this time, but still, if you're on I-44, I-49, right around the Carthage area, right around the Fidelity area, west of Sarcoxy, that is the area of concern that we are looking at right now. So it's a mini supercell. Not enough confidence, not enough rotation for a tornado warning, which is good, but we are still checking out to the eye in the sky. It's getting a little dark now, so it's been dark, but it's getting darker to where it's hard to see any type of definition from these clouds unless the lightning strikes, but we are still keeping an eye on it for you, as well as the National Weather Service and all these MoDOT cameras that are in that area. So we got a good look at it. The environment still going to be ripe for these storms to continue to push through, so we just want to keep our fingers on the pulse of the storm, so to speak. Again, if you don't have the Zimmer Storm Center app, great thing to download for free. Get alerts sent right to your phone, because I'm sure there's a lot of people listening that are like, just talk about my area, and just too many areas to talk about. But if you are in the Carthage area, especially the south and east side of Carthage, places like Maxville, Knights, Forest Mills, these little communities in the rural parts of Jasper County, that is the area where we are looking at. The area rotation still right around the Fidelity area, the I-44, I-49 interchange, not much difference, not much change there, but honestly, the rotation's looking less and less impressive as we continue to go through time here. But something we're going to continue to watch. Hopefully this does fizzle out as it heads towards Carthage. But if it were to ramp up, we are here to let you know about it on the stations of Zimmer Marketing. But again, Newton County clear from the storm. This storm is only affecting Jasper County as we speak. But again, I do want to keep an eye on an observed tornado near the north of Tulsa, near Owasso, crossing Highway 75, north of the Tulsa Metro, moving northeast. If that storm were to maintain its strength, it could impact some of our northeast Oklahoma counties and southeast Kansas counties over the next hour and a half or so. So we really want to watch that. Again, there's no reason to be scared. There is only reason to be prepared, be weather aware. The more you are aware of the weather, the more you know about what's going on, the more confident you can be in knowing that you are able to get somewhere safe if need be. So know your location. I give a lot of road names. I try to give a lot of landmarks and areas. Open up Google Maps, open up Apple Maps. Your location's right there. Just kind of look at what roads are around you, what cities are around you. I know a lot of people know where they live, obviously, but there are still a lot of people that are location deficient, and they're not really sure east, north, south, west. So just kind of be aware of your surroundings and some of the places that I'm talking about. That will give you much more confidence knowing that you are safe from the storm, or if you do need to take shelter. But right now, the area of concern just to the south of Carthage, and it is moving north and east at about 40 miles per hour. This storm is still a mini, tiny supercell that is trying to rotate near Fidelity, just north of Fidelity, maybe south of the Mercy Hospital there in Carthage, right along I-49. Exit 47, the Fur Road exit 50, the South Grand exit. That is kind of where this area of rotation is heading at this time. And there's just a little tiny bit of it. So it's not nothing on the ground. It's just some low-level clouds that we are continuing to watch here in the KZRG 24-hour Storm Center. You can watch us on the KZRG Facebook page. You can watch us on the KZRG YouTube page as well. It's the Zimmer Storm Center app. And again, unfortunately, we are going to have to keep our eyes to the sky for the next several hours or so, because the environment's going to continue to be primed up, at least for severe weather for the next several hours. So unfortunately, it could be a long night for us in the area. Again, no reason to be scared. Just be prepared. The storm is kind of right over the Jasper County Sheriff's, or the troopers, the law enforcement, the troop area south of Carthage. It looks like the Hail Corps moved east of Carthage, so good news for those of you that live in Carthage. It's kind of in that rural area east of town, but just north of Fidelity, some weak rotation that the National Weather Service is seeing at this time. And again, moving northeast, if you're in Joplin, this storm's not affecting us. We are, again, though, keeping our eyes on north of Tulsa, Oklahoma. They've had an observed tornado with this storm that is moving between the Collinsville and Owasso areas as we speak. That's an area that needs to be taking shelter in northeast Oklahoma. If you know anybody there, that is definitely somewhere that needs to be taking these warnings seriously. So we're going to watch that storm to see if that cluster can move towards the Joplin Metro over the next hour and a half or so. But again, weak rotation south of Carthage, north of Fidelity at this time. Again, live on the KZRG Facebook page, live on the stations of Zimmer Marketing, and live on the KZRG YouTube You can see a live look at the radar I'm looking at. You can see the KZRG eye in the sky. Taking a look at this storm. There's honestly a little bit of lightning, but this storm is very, very tiny, and the rotation is also very, very weak at this time, but it is a very low-level rotation, so these wall clouds, these scary-looking clouds, can be off-putting to people in that vicinity. Again, tornado watch till 1 a.m. for a good chunk of the listening area. If you can hear my voice through the radio, you're probably in a tornado watch, and again, until 1 a.m. The environment's going to be ripe for it. We're going to continue to watch it for you. In weak level rotations, south of Carthage, south of the Mercy Hospital, right there north of Fidelity and north of the four-leaf clover that is I-44 and I-49. So that's the area, of concern as it moves northeast at about 30 to 45 miles per hour. So if you're in Joplin, no need to worry, no need to fret, no need to stress out about this current storm as we speak. No chatter from the National Weather Service in the last few minutes either, so that's usually good news on that end as well. So I just want to watch this area. If you are watching the KZRG Facebook page, I'll draw a little circle where this area of rotation is. Again, south of Carthage, north of Fidelity, moving northeast, which is very low-level, weak rotation at this time. But here on the stations of Zimmer Marketing, we do break in when severe weather breaks out. So if you're tuning in for music, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning type of deal. We will stay on air until it passes. Again, this is just a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it. This tiny supercell south of Carthage moving northeast. But again, we're continuing to watch for you coming up on actually just 6:46 here in the KZRG listening area. This storm got a little bit of hail east of Carthage. Got some heavy rain in the southeastern side of Carthage, but the low-level rotation is what we're concerned about, and honestly, right now, it's not looking all that concerning. We are getting a new radar scan here momentarily, and I'll be able to give you a brand new look at what we are seeing. But if you do we're also watching out of Tulsa. There's multiple reports of a tornado near the west side of Owasso tracking towards the Collinsville area. So that is going to be something we need to watch over the next hour or so if that can track into our area as well. But those are confirmed reports out of Tulsa. If those storms continue to move northeast and are at least able to pack the punch that they are, that could affect some of our listeners here in our area as it creeps into northeast Oklahoma. The likelihood of that happening very very slim, but it's something we are going to continue to watch. 6:47, KZRG 24-hour Storm Center. Download the Zimmer Storm Center app if you want to get a live radar and get alerts sent to your phone as they are issued. Get your exact location there covered. I know a lot of people wondering about their exact location, but right now Joplin's not affected, Webb City's not affected, Carl's not affected, Neosho not affected. The only area right now that we're concerned about in the KZRG listening area is south side of Carthage, southeast side of Carthage, and the rotation's not looking as impressive as it was, which it wasn't all that impressive to begin with, but it's something we're continuing to keep our eyes on over the next little bit. Still just kind of some scary looking clouds. We do have several storm spotters, other media in that area, southeast of Carthage, and just some low level scary looking clouds. They call it scud. Nothing's really rotating at this time. Which is good news. but awaiting any further guidance from the National Weather Service. But we will stay here with you just in case it were to ramp up. We do have our eye in the sky on it. You can always access that anytime. Just Google search Zimmer Marketing, eye in the sky, KZRG, eye in the sky, Kissin, eye in the sky, Kicks, eye in the sky, anything on Google that will pop up, and you can always see the beautiful Food for Less parking lot 24/7. Generally what it's always pointed to, but as you can actually be able to see the storm that we are watching. It's obviously a bit dark, and there's not all that much lightning because this storm continues to actually shrink in size as it pushes northeast. So it's just not looking as impressive as it was just a little bit ago. But the National Weather Service continuing their severe thunderstorm warning at least for a little bit longer. If you're in Carthage, if you are east of Carthage, that's just the area we're watching right now. Also, as I mentioned, watching northeast Oklahoma, north of Tulsa. If you know anybody that lives in Collinsville, tornado tracking just maybe to the south and east of the direct center of Collinsville as we speak. At this time, right over there, Highway 169. Maybe headed northwest to Claremore. Those are storms we're going to need to watch over the next little bit, because if they maintain their strength, they could ride up and north of I-44. So we'll watch it for you. Had some hail being reported in the city of Carthage, or at least east of Carthage. Looks like it's pea to maybe dime quarter-size hail. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts with the strongest part of the storm, but only I was seeing one lightning strike reported in the last few minutes. So generally, when you see less and less lightning, that means that the storm's kind of pittering out, I guess, kind of weakening, and that's what we've seen on this trend from the radar the last several scans. So some good news on this cell, but we're just going to be safe, and we're going to stay with you and watch it while there is a warning in place. But there is definitely a lot less lightning than there was, so there's not enough or not as much electricity within. But that hail core moving between Carthage and Avila. Highway BB, County Road 80, west of Avila, headed towards Maple Grove, headed towards Dudenville. That is where the hail core is going. It looks like there's still low-level rotation near Carthage, but again, it's not. It's on the southeast side. It's not all that impressive at this time. So I'm thinking Carthage, you are looking better each and every passing moment, because the storm doesn't really have the little hook on it like it was trying to. So the storm just never really could get rooted into the ground that well. The latest velocity scan also showing similar things as what I just mentioned. So looking better and better on the radar, at least. So east of Carthage, northeast of Carthage, the storm continues to push towards like the Golden City area. If you're in Golden City, just something to watch. But again, the storm looks like it's trying to pitter patter out. It's just kind of falling apart a little bit. I don't know if that makes sense, but we do want to keep our eyes on it. Again, if you're in Joplin, if you are in areas of Neosho, Webb City, even Columbus, Kansas, Miami, nothing for us right now, but we are going to turn our attention towards the observed tornado warning that has passed east of the Collinsville area. Again, if that rides along in northwest of I-44, could be a problem for us here in about an hour and a half or 2 hours. It is moving at about 35 miles per hour, so we're just going to keep an eye on that and watch the Tulsa radar over the next little bit. They have went ahead and issued a new tornado warning northeast of Tulsa for that storm. There's a lot of rain in that tornado, so that is something in northeast Oklahoma that you may not see. But it looks pretty impressive near the Collinsville area, Highway 169. If you, of course, are from northeast Oklahoma, good chance you know where that is. If you know anybody east of Collinsville, the Collinsville area is probably a little late to take shelter, but if somebody in the Collinsville or the Highway 169 corridor as it heads up towards Nowata, Chelsea, even west of Veneta. If I'm in Veneta, Oklahoma, I am going to be keeping an eye on this storm to see if it tracks a little more east than northeast, but something we're going to continue to watch for listeners in the Zimmer marketing area. But severe thunderstorm warning continues for this storm to the east-northeast of Carthage. Again, we are live on the KZRG Facebook page and the News Talk KZRG YouTube as well. Probably going to get off of the radio here in just a few minutes because, again, this storm is kind of falling apart. We'll wait and see what the National Weather Service decides, but the severe thunderstorm warning going to affect northeastern parts of Jasper County, head towards the Golden City and Lockwood areas. But again, it's a very small supercell, so we may get back to regular programming on the radio, but we'll go ahead and stay live on the KZRG Facebook page and KZRG YouTube, so you can watch us there if you want to keep up to date with the latest going-ons of where these storms are going to be. The National Weather Service says, zooming out big picture, the mini supercell watching over Jasper County, plus additional storms, some tornadic in northeast Oklahoma. It is headed into our area. The cold front still back in central Kansas, even farther west, north of Wichita. So we're going to keep focusing on this cluster in northeast Oklahoma. Watch it ride into southwest Missouri and southeast Kansas. The environment is favorable for tornadoes. We're going to continue to monitor for areas of rotation. That's directly from the National Weather Service meteorologist just moments ago. So breathing a sigh of relief with this little mini supercell because it's just not having a hard time getting going. But we are going to have to continue to watch the storms out of northeast Oklahoma. So again, don't be scared. Be prepared. The more prepared you are, the more aware of where you are, the more aware of knowing where your safe place is can really improve your anxiety, improve your situation. I know a lot of us have storm anxiety in the area, but again, the more aware you are and where the storms are going, the more I think you can be confident in just easing your mind and easing that anxiety. But we'll keep you up to date every second that we can here on the stations of Zimmer Marketing and News Talk KZRG. But again, this mini supercell, no longer a threat for Carthage, kind of headed towards the northeastern corner of Jasper County, northwest of Avila, Highway 37 there, if you're going from Avila to Golden City, if you're aware of that area. But again, we do want to make sure you're aware there are going to be more storms tonight for Joplin. So if you're in Joplin, if you're in Carl Junction, Webb City, Neosho, Baxter, Galena, Columbus, Miami, that our general area, we are not done with the storms tonight. The cold front's going to bring through a squall line later on. We're in the open warm sector of this storm system, so we are still going to have an environment that's ripe for producing storms that are going to try to spin up. So we can breathe easily for now, but we are going to continue to watch these storms over the next several hours. Like I mentioned, there is a tornadic storm that looks very impressive just east of Collinsville, Oklahoma, that is northwest of Claremore and the Oologah area. Tongue twister there, but Oologah, I think I'm saying that right. The observed tornado headed towards that area, and that's looking very impressive on the radar east of Collinsville. So if you know anybody in the Oologah area, northwest of Claremore, east of Collinsville, this storm is very impressive on the radar. We had an observed tornado there. So that is the one we're going to watch as we go into the next several hours here on the stations of Zimmer Marketing. Again, this storm's only moving 35 miles an hour. So imagine you got a hour and a half drive to Tulsa from Joplin. You're going 70. I'm going 80 down I-44. I'm getting there in about an hour and 20. This storm's going 35. So it's the guy you're honking at, trying to get out of the way. So it could take, several hours to get here if it stays at this speed. So the likelihood that it remains a strong tornado or an observed tornado very slim, but it is going to continue to move into areas that are ripe for severe weather and for rotating storms. So again, we're going to watch that northeast of Tulsa and see which counties that could move into. So if you're in Veneta, if you're in Miami especially, You need to just kind of be weather aware first, and then we'll kind of watch as it heads towards southeast Kansas, maybe portions of southwest Missouri at this time, but we are still kind of a longer way away from that. But the wind profile from the National Weather Service in Tulsa says this storm is supporting tornadoes. It has the potential to support a tornado for quite some time, so we want to keep our eyes on that. I'm not here to scare you. I'm not here to doomcast. I'm not here to make sure you listen to us 24/7 and get your anxiety up. I just want to make sure you are informed. But the Ulaga area needs to be taking shelter in northeast Oklahoma, and again, that storm is moving northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. Also, our little mini supercell northeast of Carthage, headed for the Golden City Lockwood area. Still got some hail on it, but not really seeing any lightning, so that is indicative of a storm that seems to be weakening a bit. But I do want to stay with you simply because it's still a warned storm. So it's coming up on 7 o'clock here on the KZRG 24-hour Storm Center. Ty Albright here on the stations of Zimmer Marketing. That's Kicks 102.5, Kissin 92.5. Big Dog 97.9 and Classic Hits 93.9. Also AM 1230, The Talker. 7 o'clock on this Friday night. Severe weather, March the 6th. Hanging out with you, making sure you are aware of the storms. Again, Carthage no longer in a severe warning. It is only the very northeastern corner of Jasper County and then a very extreme northwestern corner, northeastern section of Jasper County, northwestern section of Lawrence County. It's going to affect places like Golden City, Lockwood, Dudenville, Maple Grove, areas like, there's several, obviously, highways here, but Highway N and Highway K, Highway 37 in northeastern Jasper County. Do want to go ahead and get everybody on the radio back to regular programming. We will, of course, be live on the KZRG Facebook page, KZRG YouTube channel as well. Going to continue to follow the storms in northeast Oklahoma that are still looking impressive. So if you want more weather coverage, head on there. But for now, we'll get our music listeners back to regular programming here on the stations of Zimmer Marketing. Thank you so much for tuning in. I will talk to you here in a bit, most likely. Continue to follow these warnings because when severe weather breaks out, we break in here on the stations of Zimmer Marketing.
This severe weather update from studios of News Talk, KZRG, and Zimmer Marketing is sponsored by New Mac Electric, proudly serving Southwest Missouri for over 80 years. New Mac Electric, your touch-tone energy partner. Zimmer Marketing and News Talk, KZRG. Depend on it.
Ruining families, ruining everything.
The president says Congress needs to come up with legislation to deal with NIL payouts and let college athletics set what he's calling common sense rules.
So that's good news.
America's listening to Fox News.
Radio. I hope you guys can hear me. Oops, sorry, the on-air was still on. They have removed the tornado possible tag from the storm in Jasper County, so that's some good news there. But unfortunately, the storms in northeast Oklahoma are still looking pretty impressive, so we're going to have to continue to watch that over the next several hours. So we'll just kind of hang out with you, grab a snack, grab some popcorn, get your batteries charged up. Ain't that right, Dalton?
Absolutely.
Dalton from Kissin 92.5 just walked in.
I did.
You can't see him on camera.
I'm not a camera guy.
He's not a camera guy. You got the face over radio.
I do indeed.
Yes. So we're going to be good for now, but like I was saying on air, I don't know if you're listening or not, but
yeah, I was going to ask how soon you think.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
I only ask because I have sponsored stuff that I'm going to try to work around.
Probably not at least another couple hours on air. Perfect. Honestly, I'll be hanging out on Facebook. Probably go.
If you do, you want to just like shoot me a message. That's your.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Just so that way, if I'm about to do a sponsored one, I know.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
No problem. Have fun.
You.
I am. We're having a great time. We're chilling. Thank you. I did say Ulaga right. Perfect. I watch a lot of other meteorologists and storm chasers and things like that, so I try to always listen for correct pronunciation. It bugs me when people mispronounce names of towns, so that is something that I find very important. So you guys can hang out here, the KZRG Facebook page. I'll probably be live the whole time hanging out. May take a short break while this storm is working through northeast Oklahoma. Again, the environment's going to be supportive of this storm continuing to push northeast, but it's moving so slowly that it could be a while before it actually impacts listeners here. If you're in Veneta, though, if you're in portions of, what county is that? Craig County. You just want to be weather aware even sooner than, say, Joplin is, because, of course, it's going to have to move around up I-44, northwest of I-44 before it impacts Joplin, but going to continue to keep our eyes on it. Yeah, unfortunately, Christy may not be able to go to sleep for a while. So we'll hang out with you. Nothing other than these storms in northeast Oklahoma, nothing too concerning. This storm, again, is kind of falling apart. Still got some hail headed towards Golden City and Lockwood, but really nothing out of the ordinary other than a, good old severe thunderstorm. So again, we're kind of just going to hang out. There might be some moments of silence as I look through the comments and look through other things here as I'm keeping tabs on several different screens in front of me. But we do, again, just want to keep our eyes on northeast Oklahoma, north of the Claremore area, and see if this storm can continue to produce a tornado in northeast of Tulsa. Okay, so this radar, I've got a bunch of things going on here. If you want a radar that you can move around yourself, Zimmer Storm Sensor app. Easiest way for you to get alerts and things sent to your direct location. Could be a very long night here in the four-state area. Oh, actually do have a new severe thunderstorm warning they've issued for this cell that's continuing to push east, northeast. So severe thunderstorm warning for that very northeastern corner of Jasper County. And then pretty much all of Dade County and a decent portion, or a little sliver of Barton County as well. Golden City, Lockwood, you got a severe thunderstorm warning headed your way. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, heavy rain with that storm. Golden City, Lockwood, Greenfield, severe thunderstorm warning headed your way. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail possible with that storm, but I really want to keep our eyes on northeast Oklahoma. The track of this storm, unfortunately, If you're in Veneta, you're not in this warning, but if you are in Veneta, you are gonna want to be weather aware here shortly, because this storm, it's not an observed anymore. It's not an observed warning, which is good news, but it's still looking like it could produce. So severe thunderstorms likely through 8 here in northeast Oklahoma, and then those will kind of get closer to the KZRG Zimmer marketing listening areas. Wind and hail, Golden City, Lockwood, wind and hail threat for you and for Greenfield. Dudenville getting hit with some hail right now. Again, just 60 mile an hour wind gusts and quarter size hail with that storm. The rotation on it no longer looking like it was.
There's also a larger corridor near our cold frontal boundary that is favorable for tornadic activity.
But still, again, we do unfortunately having a favorable environment for severe weather and tornadic storms. Let me go ahead and kind of show you what I'm looking at and what I'm hearing from other meteorologists and other weather streamers that I enjoy watching. They are also a little bit concerned with the Joplin area and what could be coming our way. So let's just keep our eyes on it. Let me get this. I don't know what is going on here with this, but I want to show you the storm significance. What am I showing you? Significant tornado parameter. So this is from the HRRR model that just ran. So we are going to have this corridor through about 9 o'clock, even 10 o'clock, that where the environment could be ripe for keeping a tornado on the ground. So this is something we're going to have to watch. This storm that's headed towards the Veneta area, headed towards I-44 north of Adair. We're going to have to continue to keep our eyes on it because unfortunately it's going to be ripe for keeping or sustaining rotating storms. And then once that, I think our storm threat unfortunately may not end until 2 or 3 in the morning. So because once that cold front moves through, this is just an estimated radar. Again, these storms move through Joplin by 10, maybe hopefully sooner than that, right? But then this squall line is going to move through between 2 and 3 in the morning. And that could pack with it hail and wind, damaging wind threat, QLCS tornado threat with it. So could be a long night. Again, I'm urging everybody just charge your phone banks, charge your phone. Destiny, charge your... I know I'm not there to charge your phone up. If you're watching, you're going to charge it tonight for yourself. But just get everything ready in case you do have to go into the shelter at some point. We have a new severe warning here north of Fort Scott, north of Nevada, moving towards the Butler area, just south of Pleasanton. Highway 69 if you're going from Fort Scott to the Kansas City Metro. Wind and hail potential up there. The storm is very messy here, though, in north of Claremore, the one that's kind of headed towards the Veneta area. And see if that affects the rotation within this storm. But severe probabilities are continuing through 9 o'clock around the I-44 corridor between Tulsa and Joplin. So we're going to continue to watch that. I'm going to step off camera for just a second and leave this playing as I get a drink of water. So give me just a moment. All right. You can watch that storm. That tornadic supercell has kind of luckily weakened quite a bit from when it was moving through the Collinsville near Owasso areas. So that's some good news as we're watching that one. But this storm could still impact Joplin later on tonight, closer to 9 o'clock probably. Just a best guess estimate. So if you're looking at the screen and wondering what you're looking at, the left side is, of course, all the rain and the convection. The right side is the areas of rotation. Usually where red and green colors meet in like a circle, that's generally the area that we're most concerned where it could be a rotating storm. But this storm's looking less impressive, so that's good news there north of Claremore. A lot of rain in there. I think these cells are kind of merging together, so it's kind of taking a lot of the energy out of it. The highest severe storm / tornado threat through 9 o'clock is along the I-44 corridor in northeast Oklahoma. The environment remains favorable for supercells and tornadoes in this area. The environment ahead of the Rogers County storm looks fairly uniform until Ottawa and Delaware counties, where a slight drop in potential is suggested. So that's some good news for us. So Ottawa County and Delaware County, the environment's not as ripe there. Something we're going to watch. But this storm could ramp back up. But the National Weather Service in Tulsa says the environment remains favorable until it gets to Ottawa and Delaware counties. So that's good news for us, because Ottawa and Delaware counties would be where the storm has to go before it gets to our area. But if you're in Veneta, I'd kind of keep an eye on this. You know somebody in Veneta, keep an eye on it. Tell Ellison I miss him, and that I'm going to try to be home as soon as possible. Tell Ellison to tell these storms to go away so I can come home. Nobody worried about Carterville. Really, the only places that we're worried about right now is going to be this area headed towards Veneta, and it's not looking as worrisome as it was. So this is so cute. Bushy Head, Chelsea, Oklahoma, these are the areas in this tornado warning. But if you look on the right side of your screen, I'll kind of go back in time. You could see this area of rotation where these reds and the greens were meeting. It is not looking as impressive as it was. So good news there. It's kind of a cell kind of came in, more rain wrapped around it, kind of killed off the rotation. So that's some good news there for people in that area. He's so sweet. The sweetest boy I know. Looks like they have gone ahead, and there's also this storm here that we're watching. So they've included part of Craig County in this tornado warning. Again, a radar indicated tornado warning till 7:45 for portions of Craig County, Chelsea, Bushy Head, Foyle, northeast Oklahoma, Veneta would be the southwest side of Veneta it's headed towards. But again, the rotation's not looking as impressive right now, but we're watching for any upticks. Huge fan. We're watching for any upticks in rotation again. But severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 3 miles northwest of Foyle, Oklahoma. Very tiny town there along Route 66 near Bushy Head and Chelsea. You may be more familiar with the Big Cabin area. It'd be west of Big Cabin along I-44. I don't drink Monsters anymore, Drew. I'm on the Alani train. I've had my fill already today, so I'm trying not to go past my little limit that I've set for myself. But I may have had 2.5 actually, so I might have to walk over to Food for Less before this gets too crazy. Speaking of Food for Less, let's check out you can always see the beautiful Food for Less parking lot above my head, but let's take a bigger look at it here. Generally a good indication of what's going on. What's going on in the Food for Less parking lot? If there's a lot of activity, generally means you don't want to be outside. But we got some pooling in the KZR or the Food for Less parking lot. Not a lot of cars, not a lot of activity. Greg, you are still sweet, but not top 5 anymore. Not a lot of activity though at Food for Less. So if you're looking for some quiet shopping at this time, a great time to be headed over there. But honestly, there are a lot of puddles in the parking lot, so just watch out for those if you're wearing some new shoes. Yeah, Blue Slush, that is my favorite. But honestly, any Alani's we'll drink. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Let's get back to these areas in our listening areas. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, especially between Golden City and Lockwood. The storm's still trying to rotate, but it's just not impressive. It's moving northeast. Also got these storms north of Fort Scott and north of Nevada, headed towards the southern side of Harrisonville and Adrian. Really not a concern here. Good to see everybody in some light spirits tonight in the KZRG comments. Sometimes it gets a little heated over here. But unfortunately, I'm looking at some of these parameters. It looks like there's still going to be the threat for this storm to continue to rotate as it heads into northeast Oklahoma. But something we're just going to watch moment by moment, second by second, and I'm just going to stare at all these different screens that I got in front of me and bring you the latest from what's going on. So I hope that instills some confidence in you at home. Glenda, it's not, unfortunately, I don't know where us is. If you're in Joplin, it's not. I wish I could say it's almost over, but we got to watch these storms in northeast Oklahoma. Again, it's not rotating like it was. Oh God, it's not looking like it was. But again, if you're in Veneta, if you're in I-40, the I-44 corridor needs to just keep an eye on it. And a lot of this, I can't guarantee a time, I can't guarantee a strength, but there is even a rotating storm with a observed tornado southwest of Bixby, Oklahoma. That'll go tracking on the south side of Broken Arrow. You're in Carterville. Okay, so you're, obviously up here. You have to zoom way in for Carterville to even show up. Oh, excuse me, I was in the wrong spot. For Carterville to show up, but anything that's gets warned for Joplin, that's when you should start being concerned about Carterville, of course, because the way that these storms are moving, it'll have to go through Joplin. I wouldn't say worried, Terry, just aware. The environment's still ripe to keep storms rotating, but right now it's just a wait and see game. Got to watch it, keeping our eyes on it, being weather aware. I know people probably get tired of hearing that. I sometimes wish I could say something else, but it's just a wait and see game. So don't be worried, just be weather aware. Charge your phone, charge your power bank that's charging your phone, get a snack. If you've got a safe place, a place that you a place that you see or that you like to go for storms, just kind of clean it out. Make sure you got some blankets in there. Maybe, hopefully no spiders, cobwebs in there as well. I know we're still obviously early March, very early on in the severe weather season. So, may not have cleaned out your storm shelter. Just a good time to do that now. Just in case, you don't want to have to rush in there last minute. Blow it away from us. I'll try. If you're in Veneta, I'd keep an eye on this radar indicated tornado. Again, it's not looking like it was. So good news there, but it's moving up Route 66 near the Chelsea area and headed east-northeast. 35 miles an hour. Monette, nothing looking crazy. Everything's going to have to go through northeast Oklahoma before it gets here. So nobody in southwest Missouri is in like imminent danger at this time, but we're all just going to have to watch it for the next several hours. But we'll stay live. I'll stay here and just ramble until you guys either turn this off or until the storms are gone. Siren sounding in South Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. So the Tulsa Metro continues to see these tornado-warned storms. This storm actually about to cross Highway 75 south of Tulsa. We were on Highway 75 headed to Dallas a couple weekends ago. Looks like there is a tornado though with that storm about to cross 75 south of Glenpool, north of Okmulgee, headed towards Bixby, headed towards the south side of Broken Arrow. So that's a storm we're gonna have to watch as well. And that one's still far, far away. These storms are gonna take a bit to get here. So get your seatbelt on and buckle in. Tulsa, I think maybe the northwestern side of Tulsa got hit. I don't think that, I think maybe the Collinsville area, Highway 75 northwest and north of Tulsa, maybe Sperry. There was an area here that did have a confirmed tornado. Not sure about damage just yet, but this area, this tornado, confirmed tornado moving over Highway 75 headed towards the Bixby area on the south side of the Carthage Metro. But I'm watching a Storm Chasers feed, and it looks like they do have a confirmed tornado, Highway 75 south of Tulsa, headed towards Bixby, and that would be headed towards the south side of Broken Arrow. So we also want to watch this storm. Also, if you're in Veneta, though, there still is this tornado warning storm near Bushy Head and Chelsea. It's not as impressive as that was, or as the storm that is south of Bixby, but hey, you know, you never know. A lot of rain, a lot of convection with this, so that could be inhibiting any type of rotation, but there's still a lot of lightning with this storm over Veneta. There's no warning there, so we're just going to continue to watch it to see if there's anything that starts rotating. Chat's funny. Chat's always funny. Other things that people send are very funny and make me laugh. I'd be kicking and giggling my feet over here in the 24-hour storm center of Zimmer Marketing News Talk KZRG. I should do voice acting. I'm trying to think of what movies and what roles I'd be good at voice acting for, because that'd be fun. Okay, so there is for sure some storm chasers on this that say there was an observed tornado that crossed Highway 75 south of Tulsa. Again, that's not a concern for us right now, but it's something we want to watch as if it continues to track northeast. It may go closer to northwest Arkansas, but still could impact parts of our counties. A lot of lightning still with the storm, though. The tornado warning storm near Chelsea that would be headed towards Veneta and Big Cabin. So we want to watch that to see if that rotation can ramp back up. Because that's something we're going to want to watch here over the next, unfortunately, hour and a half, maybe even 2 hours. Because like I said earlier, I'm going 80 on I-44, maybe 85, depending on where I'm at in Oklahoma. These storms going about 35, so it's up to 40 now, so a little bit faster than it was. I want to see if we can find any. I don't think Oklahoma has any as many MoDOT or as many cameras. If you're hanging out, if you're tuning in, wondering what you got going on this Friday night, you are listening to me ramble on and stare at a screen. Maintaining my composure here in the KZRG 24-hour storm center. Really nothing going on that we need to be aware of until this storm gets closer, so that's some good news. We can have our eyes on this, but there is some lightning and heavy rain headed towards Columbus. There's a severe thunderstorm warning still moving through portions of Dade County here in southwest Missouri, headed towards Stockton Lake. You got storms around Fort Scott that are just good old-fashioned thunderstorms headed northeast. But the only warning that we really need to be aware of right now is this tornado warning storm trying to head towards the Veneta area. It's trying to ramp up once again, but there's a lot of rain in front of it, so it may have a hard time doing that. They are continuing this tornado-warned storm, though. Again, there was a confirmed tornado southwest of Bixby. That's a storm we're going to have to watch and see the track of. It's going to take a while to get here, but again, we'll be just hanging out here, so if you want to charge your phone, Destiny, I'm sorry I'm not home to charge it. I think I left enough chargers and things. I hope you can charge your phone. And but the National Weather Service in Tulsa says circulation appears a little weaker as it approaches the Tulsa County line near Liberty, but the risk of a tornado continues. That is this storm south of Tulsa. So that's something we want to watch. And then, of course, I do want to keep the eyes on the storm that's headed towards the Veneta area. I don't see any... the rotation's not impressive right now. So we really don't need to go on the radio stations. If you're tuning in wondering why we're not on the radio stations, it's simply because no warnings directly affecting the KZRG listening area, but we are going to keep our eyes on this storm headed towards Veneta. So if Veneta gets tornado warned, we will give another update to the people on our radio stations, because Kissin, some of our stations with higher wattage towers, they do reach that far. So if you're in Veneta, you need to keep an eye on it. I know one of our co-workers lives in Veneta. Definitely want to watch to see if this storm can kick back up in terms of rotation. Taking a look again at the beautiful Food for Less parking lot. Even less activity than there was reported earlier. Looking great. You need some grocery shopping right now at Food for Less. That's the place to be, other than having to walk through some of these puddles. So live reports from the KZRG 24-hour storm center on the conditions of the Food for Less parking lot. Top priority at this time as we continue to watch the potential for these tornadic storms to get closer to the area, but we are again going to continue to watch it right over Route 66 near the Chelsea area. Again, Veneta, you may be in the path of this storm here in just a bit, but right now it's not too concerning. So if you're in Joplin, again, we want to continue to watch it. I know everybody's asking about Joplin. We just want to watch the storm that is in northeast Oklahoma. We've got several storms actually ahead of it. Maybe it could overwork the atmosphere. We're not really sure, because these storms don't have warnings on them, so just some good old fashion thunder and lightning and heavy rain with them. So it's nothing you want to be really even driving in. I was driving back when the storms first started from the Zimmer Marketing Color Pop-In Shop at the Joplin Expo Center, and it was quite an ordeal on Range Line earlier, so just not really a place you want to be. We are seeing increases in lightning activity between Veneta and Miami, so we want to watch that. Got a lot of lightning. Columbus, Chautauqua. When we start to see more lightning, that means these storms are continuing to intensify just a little bit. But again, if you're tuning in on the stations, or well, I guess this is the KZRG Facebook page and or the KZRG YouTube, watching 2 tornado warnings in northeast Oklahoma that we want to keep an eye on. Mostly this one west of Veneta. It's going to expire in 7 minutes. We will see if they extend that or not. I got a feeling they may just make it a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it for Veneta, but we're going to have to wait and see. We've got a direct contact with the National Weather Service in Tulsa, so just kind of waiting to see what they say. So if you're looking on the left side of the screen, we've got these reds, greens, of course, and the yellows. That is the amount of rain, essentially, that's coming down. And you can see the hail in there as well. On the right side, this is the velocity scan. So we're looking for anywhere where there's bright greens and bright reds that come together. Not seeing the reds so much anymore, so that's indicative of a storm that's not rotating, which is a good thing, because once it starts rotating, then it gives the chance of dropping a tornadic supercell, or a tornado at least. But this expires in 5 minutes as it heads towards Veneta, so we'll wait and see what the National Weather Service has to say about that. But there is a lot of lightning north of Afton, headed towards Miami. A lot of convection heading that way. The city of Joplin has went ahead and activated their emergency command just in case these storms are to impact us here in just a bit. The Storm Prediction Center just coming out with their latest outlook. And looks like they've kept mostly everything the same. See if I can pull this up for you here. This is the convective outlook. So the bad news is that the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center has went ahead and expanded their 10% probability of tornadoes, which is that yellow area. So it didn't cover this much area just a little bit ago, and they just issued their latest update. So that's the bad news, because that means that the threat for tornadoes has increased, essentially, or the National Weather Service says that they are going to continue to watch for an environment that could support rotating storms. So could be a long night here. National Weather Service says a tornado threat exists from not only this cluster of storms, but also the line that comes through overnight. So it's going to be a long night, unfortunately. I hate to be the bearer of bad news for you, but you are getting it straight from me and the National Weather Service. Let me see if I can zoom in here for you a little bit. We'll go back to this here. Yes, so severe thunderstorm warning issued for portions of Craig County, northeast Oklahoma. Tornado possible tag on it. This is the storm that could affect Joplin that we're going to have to watch over the next hour or so. Again, it's moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So if you're driving 30 miles an hour, I'm not honking, but I'm telling you to get out of my way if you're especially on a highway. So unfortunately, this could creep and creep and creep closer to Joplin over next hour and a half or 2 hours. So it's going to be a little bit of a waiting game, but we've got a lot of storms ahead of it, so maybe that can suck the energy out of these the environment before it gets here. But something we want to watch, because there is a tornado possible tag on it. And I'll show you what I'm looking at here. This is the partner outlook maps from the National Weather Service, still in the enhanced risk for severe weather, level 3 out of 5. That's going to continue for us here. Oops, sorry. And this is the tornado outlook, 10% now in hatched risk for Joplin. Against the SIG 1 intensity, the Storm Prediction Center did just kind of update the way they give us information Normally, these colors indicate quantity of storms, not necessarily intensity. And these dashed lines now indicate, they've gotten more dashed lines to indicate the intensity of storms. So this is a SIG 1 intensity, so could be EF2 tornadoes, EF1, EF2 tornadoes with these storms. But as you can see here, this is a wider view of the United States. We're right smack dab in the middle of that 10% hatched risk. And the National Weather Service says the most active area of tornado threat currently with a cluster of storms over northeast Oklahoma may continue to evolve as a low-level jet increases. Shear remains favorable into eastern Kansas and southwest Missouri. So that is not good news for us here in the KZRG listening area. I'm not sitting here, I'm not going to sit here and guarantee a storm or anything like that, but the environment's going to be ripe and maintain its intensity, unfortunately, for the next several hours. So again, Springfield sounding shows wind profiles favorable for tornadic supercells. Bad news for us. Again, that doesn't mean it's going to guarantee a tornado in any given place, but it's just guaranteeing, not even guaranteeing anything, to be honest with you, but it is saying that the environment is going to continue to support rotating storms over the next several hours. So buckle in, get your phone charged, get your power bank charged, get your water cup filled, get your snacks ready. Again, I would stay up, yes, in Joplin. Sorry, I just was ignoring your Facebook comments for a moment, but we do have a new mesoscale discussion too that I want to pull up here momentarily once I bring up this radar. Seeing a little bit of rotation west of Veneta. Again, it's headed northeast, so we need to be aware of this in southeast Kansas. You don't want a ripe and overworked environment for, or you do if you don't want tornadoes. Tornadoes don't want, they need energy to feed off of, and if these storms ahead of it are taking it all up, then there's nothing left. There's no, it's all gone. Watching the area rotation near Highway 60 west of Veneta moving northeast towards Blue Jacket and Welch. So we want to watch that.
Despite the storm mode being pretty messy today, we still have been able to see tornadoes.
Severe storm probabilities do continue for the next while. Through 10 o'clock, unfortunately, probably even later than that. Corridor of severe this evening. I will show you this picture. This is not a good sign, of course, for us. Corridor of severe this evening. Tornado potential up to 120 to 150 mile per hour winds. Big time hail, and then damaging wind gusts up to 70. But if you are able to get a tornado, it is going to pack at least to EF2, maybe EF3 strength. So got to continue to watch. It's pretty messy. There's a lot on the radar here, a lot to suck up the energy of these storms. But again, it's still a lot of rotation within that we're going to continue to watch. So I'm going to post this on the KZRG Facebook page, and then I will do another update on the radio to keep everybody informed. Hello, Dalton.
How we doing?
Dalton of Kissin 92.5 is joining us in the studio.
Indeed. I hadn't heard from you in a while.
I'm about to do a live.
You're good. I don't have anything sponsored.
Okay, cool.
I was just coming to see. How are we looking here in Joplin?
Unfortunately, we're next few hours are. I'm not going to say it's dicey because I can't guarantee you where a tornado is going to go unless it's on the ground, and
But
even then. But we're right in the smack dab of the corridor that is going to be supportive of any tornadic storms. So
realistically, what time are you thinking that stuff?
For Joplin, I want to say closer to 9:30 maybe. Okay. It's hard to put a time frame on it because we got some convection here ahead of it, but this tornado or this severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag is about to impact Veneta. There is going to be some rain ahead of it. I'm talking to you like I'm talking to them, but
can expect a little bit of rain.
A little bit of this and a little bit of that. We've got some convection moving through Columbus. These are just good old-fashioned thunderstorms. And again, we're hoping this will take away some of the energy. But if these storms can all of a sudden ramp up, then the threat will be sooner than later. But if this storm, the one that's warned right now near Veneta, if that's it, it may not get here till closer to 9 or 9:30. But we're going to watch it for you here on the stations of Zimmer Marketing.
I appreciate it. You know, as a worker of one of the stations of marketing, I do appreciate it.
We are here to keep you informed.
I'll holler at you in a bit.
No worries. All right, so coming up on 7:50, let's go ahead and do a little update for everybody listening on the radio, just to know we haven't forgot about them. Give me just a second here. It's Ty Albright here in the KZRG 24-hour storm sensor. Another update for you on the radio. The only severe thunderstorm warning we've got that you need to be aware of right now is going to impact areas right along near Veneta, along and northwest of I-44, northeast Oklahoma. These storms, this is a storm that's got a tornado possible tag on it, wind up to 60 miles per hour, but it is again trying to rotate. There's a lot of convection ahead of this storm that might overwork the environment before it gets to the Joplin Metro, but the National Weather Service in Springfield and the Storm Prediction Center have put really the entire Zimmer Marketing area in the corridor for severe weather this evening. We've got chances for all modes. That's tornadoes, large hail, even damaging wind gusts. And we are now in the 10% hatched risk for tornadoes. So the tornado threat continues this evening and is going to continue for the next several hours, actually, probably even into the midnight, maybe 1 a.m. hour too. So we can't go to sleep. We can't let our guard down. If you are listening on the stations of Zimmer Marketing, if you've been watching on the KZRG Facebook page or the KZRG YouTube, you would know that there was a confirmed tornado south of Tulsa. There was a confirmed tornado northeast of Tulsa. Those storms are moving into the area between here and Joplin, or here in Tulsa, essentially, riding up the I-44 corridor. So watching an area of rotation northwest of Veneta. Some gusty winds headed towards Blue Jacket and Welch. There's a lot of storm activity ahead of that, so maybe it will overwork the atmosphere. The National Weather Service in Tulsa says the storm in Craig County remains less organized, but maybe has a short window to try to reorganize and try to rotate. They have made it a severe thunderstorm warning, but are watching it closely. And again, it's got that tornado possible tag on it as it pushes northeast. But we do again have the National Weather Service's Storm Prediction Center that tells us we need to monitor cells moving out of northeast Oklahoma over the next hour, 2 hours, even maybe 3 hours or so, because we are right smack dab in the corridor of an environment that could support rotating storms. So you do want to keep it tuned to the stations of Zimmer Marketing. Head on over to the KZRG Facebook page, KZRG YouTube. You can find us there as well. It's News Talk KZRG. We'll get radio listeners back to their music and their news, but for now we are going to stay on the live streaming. So if you want more weather coverage, join us there. But we will break back in on radio if that is warranted. So you're listening to Severe Weather Coverage, stations of Zimmer Marketing. Ty Albright in the KZRG 24-hour Storm Center. All right, so people on air, on the radio are informed. Hope you are as well. I'm going to leave you with the radar and take a bit of a bathroom break before it gets any more intense here. So give me just a moment. Excuse me. And we'll be right back. All right, back here joining you in the KZRG 24-hour storm center, watching these storms out of northeast Oklahoma. Circulation continues about 5 miles north-northwest of Veneta. Very broad, still some character, needs to be watched. That according to National Weather Service in Tulsa. Going to continue to watch this here on the KZRG Facebook page, KZRG YouTube, and we will give live updates on air if warranted. But again, these storms are really ramping up into a line here. A lot of convection could be helping us out ahead of this storm. It is trying to rotate, though, north of Veneta, headed towards Blue Jacket. We got to watch it. Got to see what it does here in the next little bit. So just if I'm along and north of I-44, if I'm along, in that I-44 corridor, I don't like to tell people to just like get ready to go to a storm shelter, but you got to be thinking about it. You got to be thinking about what you're going to do if that tornado warning gets issued. Because again, this cell, it's dark. It's going to be rain wrapped if there would be any type of rotation there north of Veneta, but it is moving towards Blue Jacket and Welch right now. It's still trying to rotate. So when I say it's trying to rotate, I'm going to draw it on this right side here. Highway 2, it's this little white circle. You see the greens are trying to mix in with, there's a little bit of red in there. So that is that's a donut, but that's the area we're watching, headed towards Blue Jacket and Welch and the west side of Miami. If I'm in Miami, I'm getting ready just in case. Also do have near Broken Arrow, the Highway 351 and the Creek Turnpike intersection. That is a tornado there, east of Broken Arrow, headed towards the Tulsa radar site. That's something we could watch move our way. Which way is that moving? Oh yeah, that's moving northeast towards the Tulsa radar site. So if that maintains the way it's going, it could also affect our area. We are going to have to watch a lot here in the KZRG 24-hour storm center. The rotation strong over northeastern state Broken Arrow. Inflow increasing in the Craig County circulation. Need to watch it. This is one we're going to watch. There could be some sort of rotation headed towards Blue Jacket and Welch, maybe Miami and Commerce here over a bit. I'm going to watch it. Need to be weather aware in Joplin. Looks like there actually is in Broken Arrow, a tornado on the ground there again. Highway 351, southeast side of Broken Arrow. That's one we're going to have to watch here in a bit. Just a second. I don't know if you can still hear me, but I'm grabbing some headphones, some earbuds, so I can get some guidance from National Weather Service at the same time. Okay. Craig County spotter observed a funnel cloud heading northeast from Bowling Springs. That near Cockleboro Flat, Pyramid Corners, Blue Jacket. If you're familiar with these areas, that's where the rotation is. Cockleboro, I can't even say it. Cockleboro Flat. Small little town there in northeast Oklahoma. Never know what you're going to find. New confirmed tornado warning in northeast Oklahoma, east side of Tulsa, headed for the Tulsa radar site, east of Broken Arrow. That would be the Highway 412 corridor right there where they've got a lot of construction on I-44 as you get into the Tulsa area. New severe thunderstorm warning for the Joplin metro here. We will actually go live on air in just a moment. Give me just a second and get back on air. Ty Albright back here in the KZRG 24-hour storm sensor. Do have another warning that you need to be aware of here now. It's a severe thunderstorm warning that includes the city of Joplin, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts plus from a very small hail, but it is a bowing out segment, so it's impacting areas like Galena, it's impacted Columbus, it's impacting Carl, impacted Pittsburgh. Right there on the Missouri-Kansas line is essentially what we're looking at here from the KZRG 24-hour storm center is what we're seeing here on the radar. So that is an area of concern, severe thunderstorm warning that is about to impact the Joplin metro. We've got this bowing out segment on the Highway 69 corridor. 60, maybe 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts. We've got a lot of lightning, got some small hail. Getting loud here in the area, and we're also watching a storm in northeast Oklahoma that's trying to rotate still. Not as impressive as it was north of Veneta, but it's something we're keeping our eyes on. And then as we get towards Tulsa, there was a confirmed tornado east of Broken Arrow just now, so that storm's also moving northeast. So we've got to watch and see where that storm tries to go over the next couple of hours. But again, a big severe thunderstorm warning. Let me give you the official text for it. It covers eastern Cherokee County in southeast Kansas, southeastern Crawford County, Barton County in southwest Missouri, and also all of Jasper County till 8:45. Severe thunderstorms located along this line, right along the Kansas-Missouri border, even close to the downstream area as you head towards northeast Oklahoma. Again, these are severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, maybe even some bowing segments up to 70 that we're seeing here in the area as well. But we're closely watching this segment with these damaging wind signatures that have appeared on the radar. And that is something we're going to continue to see push into the Joplin metro momentarily. So we're live on the KZRG Facebook page, KZRG YouTube, all the stations of Zimmer Marketing, because when severe weather breaks out, we break in. We are watching every radar scan, every camera that we can find here in the area to keep you ahead of the storm. We're seeing a lot of lightning increase in the Joplin metro as we get ready for this damaging wind segment to push into the area. It looks like the Craig County, some good news from the National Weather Service in Tulsa. The Craig County storm, the one north of Veneta, northeast of Veneta, may have just been impacted by a gust front and appears to have weakened. So that storm was trying to rotate, but it looks like it got impacted by another storm in the gust front, so it's weakened for now. Going to continue to watch it though as it heads up I-44 into Miami and then into closer the area of the Joplin metro. But we are continuing to see this bowing out segment east of Columbus, headed to Baxter, headed to Riverton, to Galena. The farther north you go, it's going to impact areas like Asbury, Waco. It's already impacted Pittsburgh, already impacted Frontenac, but it's headed for the Highway 43 corridor. Getting this new radar scan is actually impacting now. It's actually really ramped up here in the area as we are seeing Baxter Springs get that gust front, Riverton, Galena, and then Highway 69, then Highway YY, Carl Junction, Highway 171, Asbury, Waco, Highway 43, north of Joplin. Those areas getting impacted as we speak. Heavy wind, a lot of rain, a lot of lightning. Joplin Metro still watching any sort of gust front coming out of areas near Quapaw. Those are moving up I-44 into the area, but right now not seeing anything crazy rotation-wise, but damaging winds are surging in the direction of the Joplin Metro and are especially towards Lamar. You've got a really bowing out segment near Highway 126 in Nashville. That area, Lamar, Jasper, that I-49 corridor and parts of Barton County, those are areas where this storm is really getting going. So damaging wind gusts can be just as damaging, obviously, as a very weak tornado. So something we're going to continue to watch. You can join us live on the KZRG Facebook page, KZRG YouTube. You can see the radar I'm looking at. You can see the KZRG eye in the sky, which we've got pointed to the northwest. You can see 32nd Street. You can see a lack of very many cars. Luckily, a lot of people staying home tonight, Friday evening. Got your phones all charged up, hopefully. Got your storm shelters cleaned out just in case. But for now, we luckily don't have any tornadic storms moving through the area, but we're watching a damaging wind blowing out segment impact portions of the Joplin Metro. So just want to be inside, be in some sort of sturdy building as you can be. We are watching, I mean, there's little areas, I wouldn't say it's rotation, but the storms are trying to spin up just a little bit as they push towards Joplin. There's just nothing concrete that I can say is too concerning right now, but the heaviest winds just pushed through Nashville, headed for Lamar and the north side of Jasper. 160, Highway 160 west of Lamar, Highway 126 southwest of Lamar. These are the areas of concern. Lots of heavy wind and rain moved through the Minden Mines area. Did impact parts of Pittsburgh just a little bit ago as well. I'm always reminded, you don't want to be in a car obviously going down the highway, but please don't stop underneath an overpass to protect your car from hail. Just keep going. You need to pull over somewhere else. Don't stop underneath an overpass because, again, if the rain's so intense, people are not going to be able to see you, and then that creates a problem within itself. So a lot of lightning with these storms, especially headed for the Lamar area. You're in Lamar, make sure you're not under a tornado warning. It's just a severe thunderstorm, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, maybe 65 or 70, but you just need to be in some sort of sturdy building away from windows. It's kind of a messy line here. Tornado watch, though, continues. We are in the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center's corridor for severe weather threat continuing over the next little while at least, and then we do have a severe weather threat with a line segment that's going to move through again later on. We're actually seeing storms pop up near Wichita. Unfortunately, those are clustered and still ahead of the front. So tornado threat's going to last, I hate to say it, but at least through the midnight hour, unfortunately. So I'm not guaranteeing a tornado, I'm not guaranteeing anything like that, but the environment will be ripe enough to support storms rotating. The biggest storm right now, though, that is in northeast Oklahoma is east of Broken Arrow, headed for the Tulsa radar site. Again, that's moving northeast, but it would be impacting the areas of Pryor here in a little bit. If it keeps going, we just need to watch its northeasterly track. But maybe all of this convection, all of this rain will take the energy out of the storms. That's something that we can hope happens. But again, damaging wind threat headed for Lamar, especially Highway 126, Highway 160 between Lamar and Pittsburgh. That is the area where I think the strongest of winds have been coming down here for quite some time. Tornado watch, though, does continue till 1 a.m., so we really need to keep our eyes to the sky, be weather aware. Charge your phone, charge your batteries, have multiple ways to get weather warnings. Download the Zimmer Storm Center app. But taking a look at some of these wind velocities coming out of Lamar, look at that. So if you're looking on the KZRG Facebook page, you've got winds up to 70, maybe 75 miles an hour headed for Lamar. So the city of Lamar, you need to buckle up. Those are headed your way here shortly. A lot of lightning with these storms as well. That is the area of concern for this area. Lamar, need to make sure you're in I wouldn't say a shelter, but you need to make sure that you are in a sturdy building because 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts can do some pretty gnarly damage. Joplin getting in on the action, not really seeing anything rotating for us, luckily, in the Joplin Metro, but we still got some strong storms pushing through. Severe warning continues, but my goodness, look at these. If you're looking at the KZRG Facebook page, the radar feed, you see these really bright greens and blues indicating winds up to 70, 78, even 80-mile-an-hour winds being measured in portions of the area headed for Lamar. So if you're in Lamar, get ready for some very damaging wind gusts, heavy rain as well, and even some small hail with these storms headed for the city of Lamar. I know it's a big severe thunderstorm warning, but that's really the bowing out segment headed for Lamar. I-49 between Jasper and Lamar, I-49 between Jasper and Sheldon even. Not going to be a fun place to be here. Highway 160 west of Lamar, not a fun place to be. Iantha, little community there west of Lamar, not a fun place to be with these gusty 60, excuse me, 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts pushing through. The storm that's going to be actually pushing into Joplin just got special weather statements. So 40, 50, maybe even 60 mile an hour wind gusts could be possible with the storms that are moving into Joplin right now, pushing through Galena, pushing through Baxter, also pushing through Miami, headed up the I-44 corridor. You are listening to severe weather coverage on the stations of Zimmer Marketing. Ty Albright live, 8:15 on this Friday evening. We knew this was possible. The storms took a little while to get going, but they are finally going. And I want to go ahead and reiterate, this is some damaging winds just to the west of the city of Lamar, headed northeast. So Lamar proper might miss out on the brunt of the storm, but you gotta be in a sturdy place, because they're adding a tornado possible tag to the rotation signal showing up southwest of Lamar. So if you're in Lamar, I want you to go ahead and maybe get in your safe place just in case. Again, this is a damaging winds, 75, possibly 80 miles an hour headed for Lamar, especially the west side of Lamar right now. Iantha, areas of I-49 near Irwin as well are in the path of this storm. They have added the tornado possible tag to it. They've raised the winds up to 70 miles per hour. So this is a new severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag for the city of Lamar especially. And this damaging wind threat is bowing out. Really, I-49 between Carthage and Lamar, and even Carthage and Sheldon is going to be impacted by this as we speak. So Highway 126 southwest of Lamar, Highway 160 west of Lamar, not a great place to be right now. You've got a tornado possible tag on this severe thunderstorm warning with 70 mile an hour wind gusts coming your way. So make sure you're in some sort of sturdy shelter. It looks like Joplin may miss the brunt of that little bowing segment. If you are again on the KZRG Facebook page looking at the radar, you are seeing this little white circle that I've drawn southwest of Lamar, showing a little bit of a rotation signal, but it's still just a severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible tag on it. It looks like they have gone ahead and continued this as well. They've again bumped up the winds to 70 miles per hour with their latest update. Joplin really not in danger right now. I don't want to say you're not, but the brunt of the storm, Joplin's actually not in a severe thunderstorm warning anymore. They've moved that to the north there. They're focused on that Lamar area. Areas between Carthage and Sheldon, I-49, that is where they are most concerned, the National Weather Service is. So can breathe a sigh of relief for now in the city of Joplin, but we've got storms in northeast Oklahoma that are trying to move into Joplin. They're just not as impressive as they were. There's a little bit of a rotation signature near Afton that's trying to get going. I want to watch that. I want to see what that ends up being. But right now there's a lot of convection, a lot of things that could inhibit any type of rotating storm. So we'll keep our eyes on the considerable damage headed for the city of Lamar. Damaging winds should be in Lamar shortly, especially on the west side. The further west you are of Lamar, you're already getting impacted by that as we speak. So if you're Lamar and you want to take shelter, go ahead. If somebody's saying you're overreacting, that's fine. Still, you can take shelter because this is a bowing out segment that could knock over a lot of trees. It could tear down little tiny, structures. It looks like the latest radar scan, these winds are impacting the city of Lamar as we speak. I-49 between Sheldon and the Jasper area especially. Yep, the city of Lamar, there's a little bit of rotation trying to go west-northwest of Lamar. Lamar's getting the damaging wind portion of this storm, but there's a little bit of rotation trying to head northeast towards Sheldon and I-49. We're watching that near north of Highway 160, near Highway DD, Highway V, Route DD, whatever you want to call it, headed towards Irwin. If you're north of Lamar, in Lamar getting damaging winds as we speak, pretty loud there right now. You need to be in some sort of sturdy shelter. The rotation is there, but it's not strong enough for a tornado warning, says the city, or the National Weather Service, excuse me. But if you're in Irwin, there's some rotation headed your way. If you're on I-49 between Lamar and Sheldon, not a great place to be. I don't know if there's any overpasses there, but I don't want you stopping under those. Find somewhere to pull over. You don't want to hydroplane, of course, but you do not want to stop in the overpass, because that is just a bad idea, because if traffic gets backed up, nobody sees you. It's not a great situation to be in. Continuing to watch a lot of lightning, really along the I-44 corridor in northeast Oklahoma, headed up into southeast Kansas. We do have a special weather statement for Ottawa County, 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts with that storm. They've canceled the severe thunderstorm warning in Craig County, so that's some good news there, looking back into northeast Oklahoma. But there is that tornado warned storm headed for the Enola area east of Tulsa. It's tracking northeast, so it's something we're going to have to watch and see where it tracks later on tonight over the next several hours. But for now, the main threat, the city of Lamar getting damaging wind gusts as we speak with the tornado possible tag on it. There's a lot of lightning and a lot of rotation picking up, headed for Irwin, headed for Sheldon, north of Highway 160 near Route DD. If you know where that's at, rotation in the latest scan looks a little more impressive than it just did. The National Weather Service has area they're watching would go just northwest of Lamar, but the winds should be impacting Lamar as we speak. So just hunker down, Lamar. If you're in Irwin, you need to go ahead, and I would honestly just get in your safe area. If you're on Highway, or I-49, between Lamar and Sheldon, not a great place to be for sure. This area of rotation, if you're looking on the right side of the screen on the KZRG Facebook page or YouTube, the area where the reds are meeting up with the greens, you see that is the winds. The green is winds going towards the radar. Reds are going away from the radar. That's when you look for rotating storms. So we're seeing a little bit of that near Highway DD, where it meets up, Route DD, it meets up with Interstate 49. KZRG 24-hour storm center, Ty Albright here, reporting live, giving you severe weather updates moment by moment here in the KZRG listening area. We always go live when severe storms strike, keeping you up to date with the very latest severe weather information. Got the radar churning in the background. Damaging winds impacting Lamar, a little bit of rotation impacting the Irwin area of I-49. Damaging winds also impacting parts of Carl Junction, Oronogo, even going to be impacting Jasper as we speak, maybe the northwest side of Carthage too. But luckily, the area of rotation is not looking impressive enough to give us a tornado warning, but they do put that tornado possible tag on it for a reason. Just simply not enough confidence from the National Weather Service to put the tornado warning right now, but they are closely watching it. Area of concern again was Lamar, getting those damaging winds as we speak. Winds picked up quite a bit. Winds headed for Irwin, the city just north of Lamar there if you're used to driving from Joplin to Kansas City. I want people, though, to stay alert because we've got thunder moving into the Joplin Metro. We've got an increase in lightning in the area. We've got an increase in lightning in this storm near Miami, so it's packing a punch as it moves up I-44. And also we're watching that storm still south of Claremore, east of Tulsa. If it continues to track northeast, it just depends. There's a lot of ifs, ands, or buts, but if you're in McDonald and Newton counties especially, in Ottawa County and Delaware County, you need to just stay alert, make sure your phone's charged, have ways to receive warnings, and just make sure your little storm shelter that you got or safe space is cleaned up from spiders and cobwebs, because again, we're early on in the storm season, so maybe that hasn't happened for you just yet. But we're still watching areas, looking for any little kinks in the line. Damaging wind gust threat continues to push through Lamar. as we are seeing that take place right now. Go ahead and take a look at the latest from the National Weather Service, still saying that the area of rotation did go northwest of Lamar, but the weather station in Lamar reporting some very, very gusty winds. Peak wind gusts up to 62 at this weather station there in the Lamar area, and I have seen some radar readings up to 70 miles per hour in that part of Barton County. So this storm is nothing to take lightly. Webb City, Carl Junction, you guys have gotten some gusty winds. It's not too awful here. We're looking for any little kinks in the line where any rotation might be trying to spin up. Just nothing concrete right now. But as we learned a couple years ago, May 6th, I think, of 2024, when that little EF1 tornado pushed through Joplin, it just took a few minutes for that storm to drop a little bit of a spin up that damaged portions of the Joplin metro. So it's just something we want to keep our eyes on. But as you can see here from the latest scan, damaging winds are pushed through Lamar. Area of rotation still right around Irwin, I-49 north of Lamar, headed northeast. Very broad rotation though, so. But if you're in Stockton, El Dorado Springs, Greenfield, Lockwood, Golden City, Newport, Jericho Springs, Montevallo, these are areas where that damaging line segment is. And as we head back towards Joplin, getting in on some of the thunder and lightning, really the straight line winds aren't as bad as you head towards the south, but we're still watching for any type of little kink in the line where it might be trying to rotate. But again, severe thunderstorm warning doesn't actually include the city of Joplin. It includes Webb City and Carl Junction, Oronogo, and Carthage. But kind of a glancing blow from these damaging winds. But still, it's something you want to take seriously. So again, we are live on the stations of Zimmer Marketing, plus live on the KZRG Facebook page. A messy mode of severe weather pushing through the listening area, but the National Weather Service says it's still going to support rotating storms as we progress into the next several hours, unfortunately. So just be weather aware, don't be scared, be prepared. We got some flooding threats as well where some of these storms are training, so turn around, don't drown. If you're in Miami, getting in on this action, it's a special weather statement, gusts up to 50. A little bit of a Boeing segment that moved through Galena, west side of Joplin. It's not as impressive as the segment that moves through Lamar, but it's something we're still watching for as it pushes through. Coming up on 8:27 here on the KZRG 24-hour storm sensor. Make sure you download the Zimmer Storm Center app and get alerts for your exact location. I know a lot of people are very curious, but we did have a 63 mile per hour wind gust, again, reported in Lamar, plus some pea-size hail. That storm moving north and east towards, let's just say, Stockton, El Dorado Springs, those areas. Watching just a little bit of convection move through Joplin, lightning, thunder, heavy rain. Not a fun place to be driving out on the highways, either I-44 or I-49 over the next several hours. So again, if you got to be somewhere, take it slow. Take it slow. Take it. Give yourself some extra time to travel if you are out and about tonight, because you don't want to hydroplane. And I do want to keep an eye on what's going on here near the northeast Oklahoma area. Miami's getting a strong thunderstorm, but then there is an observed tornado near the Tulsa radar site in Enola that could impact areas like Pryor and keep moving northeast over parts of Grand Lake eventually. But that's still a little ways out, just something we want to watch. Yeah, a lot of people probably say El Dorado Springs, but it is El Dorado. I'm pretty sure somebody said in the Facebook comments that I did say it right. Miami, we got some Facebook comments. The thing about it, the storm in Ottawa County has weakened quite a bit, says the National Weather Service in Springfield. but they are watching it for increasing strength. It's going to be moving into Cherokee, Jasper, and Newton counties. Now, if you're in McDonald County, the storm northeast of Tulsa is going to be the one to watch over the next 1 to 2 hours. So McDonald County, not really got a lot tonight so far, but the ones in Tulsa we really need to keep an eye on here in the KZRG listening area. Miami storm, 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but again, the National Weather Service is watching it to see if it increases as it progresses up I-44 into the south side of the Joplin Metro. But the big threat still, damaging winds that push through Lamar, headed for Sheldon, Milford, Newport, Jericho Springs, northeastern parts of Barton County. There is a damaging wind threat north of Carthage, Webb City, Carl Junction. It's pretty gusty here as well. Just looking for anything that might be rotating, but right now just not seeing it in the Joplin Metro. So that is a good sign. But again, we're keeping an eye on it. Keeping an eye on it, so is the National Weather Service. Download the Zimmer Storm Center app. You get a radar, you get alerts for your phone as we are now. It's 8:30 on this Friday night, and I do think that unfortunately some of these severe weather alerts could stick with us for a good portion of the early morning hours too, because we got this cold front that's still northwest of Wichita that hasn't even moved through yet. And that, once that moves through, the cold front, that will be the end of our severe weather threat, but still some gusty winds with that later on tonight. So going to be a long night for us. Had a lot of reports out of Lamar. Heavy rain, lightning, cloud to cloud, plus, again, damaging wind that did move through. So Lamar really seen the brunt of the storm so far tonight. Areas between Carthage and Lamar saw that as it heads east towards Golden City, Lockwood, Greenfield, Stockton, the Highway 39 corridor, even El Dorado Springs. Still watching it, and they have issued a downstream tornado warning. Not for downstream, a tornado downstream of this warning. So that includes El Dorado Springs, Stockton, northern edge of Greenfield. I'll give you the text here. Cedar County, northwestern Polk, St. Clair, southeastern Vernon, and northern Dade counties. That's a severe thunderstorm that's actually starting to move pretty quickly, 60 to 65 miles an hour, and it's producing 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with it moving to the northeast. But yes, as Toby Clemens says in the KZRG Facebook chat, Enola, Oklahoma, which is southeast of Claremore, east of Tulsa, has a tornado on the ground. So Highway 412, if you were to go from Tulsa to, let's say, Springdale, Highway 412 is the road you would take, and there could be a tornado about to cross that highway soon. I know the Rocklahoma lineup just got announced a couple weeks ago. Pryor could be in the path of this storm if it continues to track east-northeast, something we want to watch as it does get somewhat closer to our listening area, but for now, not too worried about that one until it gets closer. But Miami, again, you're seeing a good old strong thunderstorm moving up I-44 into the Joplin Metro. Joplin's not under any warning. Galena not under a warning. Baxter, Riverton also not under any warnings at this time. Just a good old-fashioned rain and thunderstorm pushing through. But we are still seeing some gusty winds that are making their way into Joplin, and heavy rain coming down. So could be some street flooding. You want to slow down. No hydroplaning allowed tonight. The main gusty winds, though, headed Golden City, headed through Newport and Jericho Springs as we speak. That Highway 39 corridor between, let's say, Lockwood, 160 to Greenfield, up to Stockton. Those are the areas where this Boeing segment is headed. That is northeast of Joplin and moving away from Joplin. Bit of an uptick in, looks like probably some hail southwest of Carthage. Want to watch that. Again, that's east of Joplin. There is definitely, though, the environment is still ripe for these storms. unfortunately, for the next few hours because the cold front still hasn't moved through. Dry line is still farther west into central Oklahoma. So we're still in what they call the open warm sector where these storms could continue to at least feed off of the environment. The one to watch if you are in Berry County or if you are in McDonald County listening are the storms east of Tulsa. So you want to pay attention to those. Those are still probably an hour or two out, but you want to keep your eyes on that. Again, we're live on the KZRG Facebook page, KZRG Zimmer Storm Center app. We are also live on the KZRG YouTube as well, so you can find us in a couple different places. Also live on every Zimmer marketing station here in the Joplin Metro. Ty Albright here on the KZRG 24-hour Storm Center, keeping you up to date with the very latest severe weather information. And we knew this was coming. The National Weather Service has been outlining this threat for the last several days or so. It was a very conditional threat. We weren't really sure if all these storms were going to pop up, how many. They kind of many supercells that are now congealed into this line. So damaging wind threat is still looking like that's the main threat with these storms headed towards Stockton and El Dorado Springs. But there is still the chance for rotating storms, especially in northeast Oklahoma, that we want to keep our eyes on. Especially that storm east of Tulsa that has had a confirmed tornado on the ground. If it moves more north than east, then it could be a problem for us later on. But again, it was very similar to one that moved north of Tulsa earlier. It just didn't have the strength to keep going, and so it did fall apart before it got to our listening area, so that's good news there. We'll just have to watch it near Enola, headed towards the Pryor area, Highway 69 corridor south of Adair, south of I-44 in northeast Oklahoma. But some storm chasers on that specific storm that are continuing to follow it. If you are, again, listening on the radio, you can get a visual of everything I'm talking about and see me click around on this map. It shows all the lightning. It shows the velocities. It shows all your towns and everything that you are curious about. So severe thunderstorm warning has been trimmed off. There's nothing for Joplin, nothing for Carl, Carthage, Webb City, just some good old-fashioned rain and thunderstorms. A bit of a hail signature headed for the Diamond area at this time. No warning there, but it is showing up on the radar from Springfield that there could be some small hail within the storm headed towards Diamonds. So something we want to watch to see. But we do have some power outage reports coming out of Lamar with damaging winds. But the Boeing segment moving northeast towards Stockton Lake, 60 to 70 mile an hour gusts are likely with that Boeing segment. Appreciate you tuning in tonight. Stations of Zimmer Marketing. Severe weather breaks out. We break in. Just a couple reported outages again in the city of Lamar, but it looks like that is where the brunt of this damaging wind threat went. But they're going to continue these watches, the tornado watch, until 1 a.m. Unfortunately, early Saturday morning. Could be a long night for some of us here in the area. If you want to remain weather aware, if you do want to take a nap, if you're in Joplin, a good time might be here shortly. Just make sure you've got something that can wake you up with a weather alert if one gets issued. You don't want to let your guard down at the wrong time, but there might be a window here where you can take a little bit of a siesta. But still got a lot of lightning in and around the Baxter, Galena, Riverton, Miami areas. Headed towards Joplin, headed towards the Neosho, western Newton County, Seneca, Ottawa County areas, but no severe warning on that, just a special weather statement. But if you are in Stockton Lake area, you got 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Jericho Springs, Montevallo, El Dorado Springs. Move through Golden City, going through Lockwood here in just a little bit. Greenfield, the Highway 39 corridor, Route 39, whatever you want to call it, between Greenfield and Stockton. Going to see this Boeing segment. You can see these bright colors on the right side of your screen if you are watching our live feed. That is the area where these winds are very, very gusty, and you can see the tight gradients between the reds and the greens as the storm pushes towards Stockton and the Route 39, Highway 39 corridor. So I want to ask, is it coming to Eldo? You might be on the northern end of the gusty wind, but definitely a powerful storm headed your way. Could knock down some loose limbs, some tiny limbs. But you're not going to get the brunt of the storm. Looks like Stockton will get the brunt of this gust front here in just a bit. So if you're in Stockton, if you're in that area, if you know somebody in that area, just make them weather aware. But I do want to go ahead and get everyone on the radio back to regular programming. Again, the severe threat's going to continue, unfortunately, through about midnight or 1 a.m. We need to watch for any type of storms that track into the metro, the Joplin metro. There's some out towards Wichita. Nothing's warned out that way between Joplin and Wichita, but still need to watch that over the coming hours. And, of course, we're watching the tornado-warned storm that is now going to affect areas around Pryor and Salina, Oklahoma. And if that keeps tracking northeasterly towards Jay, Oklahoma, towards maybe the south side of Grove, it's really going to depend on which gradient that, or which track that storm takes. But they have an observed tornado warning there headed towards Highway 69 and Pryor, headed towards Salina, Oklahoma, Salina, whatever you want to call it, the Langley area, Spavinaw. So that's something that people in McDonald County and extreme northwest Arkansas and the Jay, Oklahoma, Grove, Oklahoma areas need to keep an eye on. Again, though, for our radio listeners, you can join us live on the KZRG Facebook page and KZRG YouTube as well. We'll stay live for however long it takes to get you through the storm on this Friday evening. We'll break in back on the radio when severe weather does warrant that. For now, though, get you back to regular programming. I'm Ty Albright reporting live from the KZRG 24-hour Storm Center.
This severe weather update from studios of News Talk KZRG and Zimmer Marketing is sponsored by New Mac Electric, proudly serving Southwest Missouri for over 80 years. New Mac Electric, your touch-tone energy partner. Zimmer Marketing and News Talk KZRG. Depend on it.
This stuff's going to save our country.
Yeah, no, he's been really great.
All right, back here, KZRG followers. Appreciate you tuning in as we are going to continue to watch this storm. Webb City, everybody just needs to be weather aware over the next several hours because, unfortunately, this tornado threat and damaging wind threat and hail threat is going to continue. The main area of concern, though, of course, closer to Joplin, we've got this new severe warning north of Lamar, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail. The damaging wind threats headed for Stockton, headed for Greenfield and Lockwood. If you know those areas. From Lamar to Webb, can you take cover? If you don't mind driving through a bit of a gusty windstorm, it's not crazy like it was, but you can for sure take it slow that way.
How's it going?
I'm yawning.
Wake up, man.
I'm trying to wake up.
Work?
I'm about to go. I'm about to have to run over to Food for Less and get an Alani.
You want to go grab you something?
If you want to do it, I mean.
I can. I mean, if you don't want to have to break off the live, I can.
I would keep it on and just keep it on there, like.
Gotcha.
But I mean, if you want to do it.
I really want to. I was recording stuff, so I missed. How are we looking?
Well, they just issued a new mesoscale discussion. Hang on, let me check this out real quick and see. Southeast Kansas, severe weather threat continues, increasing across southern southeast Kansas over the next couple hours. A cold front pushes into a favorable convective environment, so could be here a while. Could be here a while.
How soon do you think you're going to have to break in on air again?
Maybe a little bit before I have to break in on air, but...
I'm going to level with you. I'm probably just going to go ahead and track the rest of my
Go ahead, I would. I would.
So that way it's taken care of. Right on. What Alani do you want? You want the blue?
Honestly, if there's a blue slush, or if they got a cosmic start, any of the flavors, anything that's pink or red. Pink, red, or blue, or purple. Cool. Dalton from Kiss 92.5, let it be known he is a savior walking over to Food for Less. Wait, I want to see if it's even safe for you to walk over there. Oh, it's lightning out. I was about to say, wait a second, it's pouring down rain.
I'm not walking over there. I took one look.
Let's look. Yeah, let's hold on. Let's look at the Food for Less parking lot camera.
Is that not your Alani that was in the fridge?
Oh, there is one in there, isn't it?
Yours?
Oh, dang right. Hang on a second. We're in business. Okay, yeah, there's one in the fridge. Wait a minute. I did bring an extra one. We're good here. We're good. I'm about to caffeine up. I forgot. I did come prepared. Or did I? Now I'm second guessing myself. Yeah, it's lightning. I don't know why I was about to send Dalton out there when it's lightning and walk across the Food for Less parking lot in a gusty rainstorm. That would have been a bad friend of me to do that. Still some gusty winds, a lot of lightning moving through Joplin. This is no storm to scoff at. Just because it doesn't have a warning doesn't necessarily mean. Yeah, it's we got some street flooding areas, so.
So I hate to break it to
you. It wasn't in there?
That was yours. It's not.
Damn.
There was
I did drink it. Son of a gun.
It was the blue slush one. I saw it.
Oh, okay. No, I drank that. Okay. Yeah, but I thought I replaced it with another one, but I guess I didn't. I did grab it and take it out.
Idiot. I saw it last night and it just crossed my mind. Wow. That blue monster in there isn't yours, is it?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't think so.
You're above all that.
I'm above a monster now. The debacle continues. Okay, so they are. Let's get back to the weather. I'll figure out something.
You can have my.
And I ate all those cookies too.
You can have my half-drank bang.
Oh, nah. I never subject myself to a bang.
Don't. I only do because they're free from my friend.
Man.
Right on. If I'm allowed to, if the rain lets me, I'll go and get you an Alani.
All right.
I'll try.
Appreciate it. I don't know what. Does Food for Less close?
It closes at like 10.
Okay. So it's coming up on 9. Yeah.
Yeah, you got time. Right on. If I'm able to make it, I'll let you know.
I appreciate you.
You're.
The Alani debacle, the caffeine debacle continues here in the 4-state area, or in the KZRG listening area, or listening storm center, whatever you want to call this. Do have up to 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts still expected in parts of Ottawa County. So watching a lot of lightning. These are, again, no storm you want to scoff at. And we are not... We do have a confirmed tornado south of Pryor, headed for Salina, Oklahoma, whatever you want to call it. That storm tracking northeast. They do believe it could continue to keep the tornado threat as it heads into Delaware County. So Jay, Oklahoma, you need to be aware. Maybe the south side of Grove, you need to be weather aware for the time being. Actually getting a little bit of a cell here, trying to start spinning near Veneta. I want to watch this. If you're looking here on your screen, look at the right side. See this area where this bright orange and this little bit of green are trying to mix in together near Veneta, and then you look at this little hook on this storm. Let's see what it looks like on this next scan. Yeah, this is going to try to do something here near Veneta. If I'm in Veneta, I'm keeping my eyes peeled right now. Let's keep an eye on this. Veneta, Oklahoma, headed for Afton, up I-44. A storm, it looks like it could be a cell on its own. I want to watch it. I want to keep our eyes on it. And Highway I-44, Highway 60, right there. We've got that storm. Power flashes, confirmed tornado south of Pryor between Lusta, Chateau. Some of these names I'm not familiar with. But we still have a wall of wind that is going to push through Stockton. Let's go back to Stockton real quick. I want to give people in Stockton Greenfield. Lockwood just saw this gust front move through Umberview Heights, El Dorado. It's pushing through. Going to be in Bolivar, the Highway 13, Route 13 corridor. Joplin getting a thunder boomer as we speak. But I'm keeping this eye a little bit of a concern with this storm near Veneta. See if it tries to rotate against a little tiny cell. So the first wave, there's a second threat, a second wave going on. First wave ongoing, line of storms also beginning to take shape along the cold front. Expectations are for this first wave to move through the area with a line behind it overnight. Enough instability and shear could keep the severe threat up for both waves. We are monitoring the trends, says the National Weather Service. So I do want to watch this. Look at this storm right over Veneta, rotating. If you're in Veneta, I'm making sure I'm somewhere sturdy. Nothing from the National Weather Service yet on the chatter here, but they are continuing the tornado watch. So let's watch this storm near Veneta. Getting a 66-mile-an-hour wind gust in the Veneta area, the Veneta Mesonet. So they just now have issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Veneta. This is that storm that I'm talking about. It's trying to get going. If this little cell gets going, this could track towards the Joplin Metro, extreme southeast Kansas. So we need to really watch it. I want to see if this cell can feed off of the atmosphere that it's got. It could be all alone here, this little tiny cell. I'm going to close this real quick, refresh this. Severe thunderstorm warning, Craig County and Ottawa County, Oklahoma. Ooh, man. It's a mini supercell, but you see this little hook on it, southwest of Veneta, probably going through Veneta right now. We need to watch that. I'm going to get a new radar scan coming across. Let's watch and see how it changes. Still showing area rotation probably right over Veneta. It's very weak. Too weak to initiate any sort of tornadic warning or even a tornado possible tag, but the storm is trying to mature. What do I think about Neosho? I think Neosho, we've still got chances for severe weather, unfortunately. I think if you're in Jay, Oklahoma, if you're in Grove, Oklahoma, if you're in McDonald County, you need to be weather aware about what's going on here in Pryor and Salina, Oklahoma. I'm looking at some other things here. Sorry if there's a moments of silence. I'm just kind of looking over the data as it comes in. We've still got a ripe environment. work night shift. Yeah, a bit worried. That's reasonable. The atmosphere again is going to still be unstable through much of the night. We've still got several hours because the main cold front's still way, way back. Look at this storm though over Veneta. I want you guys to see what I'm talking about here. I'm going to circle this area here. It looks like a little bit of a hook on this storm. It's a cell that's trying to get going. Dalton?
Call me Rihanna.
Did you really walk over there?
No, I drove.
Oh, okay. Alani,
Or do you
courtesy
want
of...
those lion-shaped ice one?
Ooh, they're both good. I'm going to take this Cosmic Stardust.
I was over there, so I grabbed myself one.
That's Destiny's favorite right now. We're big into the blue slushes, but right now these Cosmic Stardusts are really good. Yes, thank you very much.
I got you.
You get. What's the crowd like over there?
Empty.
Empty. Food for Less is empty.
There are 2 cars in the parking lot, both of which belong to workers.
Okay, so 2 cars in the parking lot, both workers. If you couldn't hear Dalton.
Yeah.
Ah, that's good. That's some good stuff right there. Not sponsored, by the way, but to you and to people online, we got a rotating storm near Veneta. So, one of our coworkers lives in that area, and hopefully she is aware of this storm. But it's moving along and north of I-44, so we're gonna have to watch that here in the area over the next couple of little bits. Does that make sense? A couple of little bits.
It's a good unit.
But it could be a long night for us, Dalton. I know you said you would love to stay here with me.
Always. I have nothing better to do on a Friday night, ever. I mean,
Right?
I would be here anyways.
Yeah.
That's what they don't understand is I'm already here.
Yeah.
This is just a bonus.
Yeah, this is a bonus. We enjoyed the Pop-and Shop.
Yeah.
What was it? What time did you leave the Pop-and Shop?
I left there at like 6:30.
What was the crowd? What were they doing? Meandering?
It was still a
Even-
decent amount of people.
okay.
It was starting to thin out a little bit.
I was wondering how people would
That
react
was
to
like right
severe
after that
warnings.
initial downpour came though.
Yeah.
Chris said at like 7:30 they told everybody, hey, it might not hurt to go ahead and pack up, and it sounds like everybody did.
Okay.
So,
Yeah. I don't blame them.
yeah.
When I left there, I ran into some heavy rain down range line. I could barely see.
Oh, you left like
So,
when that downpour
yeah,
started.
yeah.
Ugh. Yeah, I think that's when a lot of people started to file out. Was
Yeah.
when that kind of kicked off.
So I want to watch again. We are looking at the storm near Veneta. A little hook on it. Let's try to get going. We'll see if it can get going. There's a lot of convection ahead of it. It may have overworked the atmosphere, but we're watching.
How long until you think you got to break in again?
It's Ottawa County. Once my ammo gets warned, I'll go back on. So probably maybe 15 minutes or so.
Cool. I'll be doing top 9 at 9 stuff, but don't worry.
Alrighty. Sounds good. Thank you again for the Leilani. Lifesaver. Lifesaver.
Yeah, literally, I looked outside and I was like, it's not that bad, and I knew I had an umbrella in the car, so I was like, screw it, I'll go do it now.
Dalton on Kissin 92.5.
You're welcome.
Go tune in.
Yeah, listen to
Top
me
9 at
instead.
9.
Listen to me instead.
I mean, listen to you now before I break in.
That's
so,
true. Yeah, you can get it. You can get the best of both worlds.
That's right. See ya. Brianna, we'll try to be live for most of this event. If there's any breaks or anything, I'll let you know. But right now, it looks like it's just best to be live all night long. I'm hoping my fiance was able to charge her phone and fill her water cup without me. But, that's my job. So I'm feeling guilty that I was not able to do that for her tonight. So I'm here covering severe weather, making sacrifices. Do have a report. Storm Chaser said there was a semi on its side on I-49 just north of Lamar. That would have been the area near Sheldon where things would have gotten pretty intense, actually. Still watching that storm near Veneta, trying to get going. It's just a mini supercell with a lot of convection in front of it. Good old thunderstorms pushing through Joplin, south side of Joplin, west of Neosho. Lamar does have a few outages. Tree down, poling on a house, says Rusty Rives, the city of Lamar. Staff electric co-op out of town is without power. 300 people out or so. So some great media reports coming in. Unfortunately, some people without power tonight in the city of Lamar. Multiple storm trackers report gusts of 80 to 90 miles an hour in northeast Oklahoma with that storm. Again, if you're in Jay, Oklahoma, you know somebody in Jay, Oklahoma, I would even say the south side of Grand Lake. Just be weather aware of that went through prior. So you need to watch that. If you're in McDonald County, you want to keep an eye on it. If there's any moments of silence, I'm just kind of looking over some of the data. I got several screens in front of me, several things going on. But I'm trying to keep the important things on the screen for you. This storm in Veneta, we're going to watch move northeast up I-44. Again, the time of there's a tornado warning cell near Pryor, near Salina, that has to go through northeast Oklahoma first, but if you're in McDonald County, be aware for the next hour. Still a lot of unstable air for these storms to move through, so I'm taking a look at the mesoscale analysis from the Storm Prediction Center, giving us all of this data. Looks like this storm here near Veneta is just having a hard time getting going, so if you watch it over the last few frames, let's see what the velocities look like. Yeah, it's just really having a hard time getting going. That's great news for us, so the threat is lessened for now. Yeah, it has less of a hook than what it had. Not much to say right now other than watching these storms. We have definitely had reports tonight, 70, possibly 80 mile per hour wind gusts. I do want to show you though some of these parameters. A lot of this stuff you're going to see on the screen is very hard to read even for myself. But I do want to show you just some of the things that we look at when we're looking at so Joplin, you got Missouri here, Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, right here. This specific parameter is showing essentially storms that are able to keep rotation, and we're right in this little bullseye area. So this could continue through, unfortunately, closer to the midnight hour. Even after midnight, we get this second batch of storms that moves through. Unfortunately, there's going to be this area where the supercells are able to maintain their strength. Get another batch of heavy rain in Joplin as we speak here. But right now, the only rotation that we're seeing is down there near Pryor and headed towards Jay, Oklahoma. So that's some good news here as I go and turn the air on because it's getting very warm in this room. We'll just be here hanging out with you tonight. Want to give you some important details as they come across to us. We do have severe weather threat continuing, unfortunately. But hopefully some of these storms overwork the atmosphere and suck up all the energy. We have had, again, reports of damaging winds that went through Lamar area. Heavy rain as well is also going to be a problem. Some flash flooding threats. We're seeing a little bit of a signal of mid-level rotation, maybe low-level rotation near Veneta. Northeast of Veneta, tightening up just a little bit. We're going to watch this as it's heading towards Blue Jacket and Miami. So if you're in Miami and Blue Jacket, we need to keep our eyes on this. Even the media out of Tulsa noticing this trend from the radar. See that little green right here? See this on the right side of your screen where the orange and the green's meeting up? That's what we're concerned about. Not looking too impressive there. But we'll watch it because this would track towards Joplin, maybe towards Miami, Baxter, Galena. Some new info about this storm here. Mays County supercell cycling down. Strong outflow winds occurred. Potential remains to cycle again as it goes into Delaware County. So that's Jay, Oklahoma. That'd be the south side of Grove. Need to be weather aware. They're continuing this severe thunderstorm warning near the Blue Jacket, Afton areas. That is 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts plus some small pea-sized hail. Flash flooding, again, going to be a problem tonight for areas where these storms are training through, so please turn around, don't drown. And I know a lot of people ask, can you go to sleep? I mean, you want to take a nap, you can. There is chances to get a couple hours of shut-eye before we do have... It depends on where you are, too. If you're in Joplin, I'm watching this cell here, which the National Weather Service in Tulsa says, which is northwest of Afton. Cell's disorganized, but there is rotation, maybe some inflow into the cell. So if it can get some more inflow, get some more energy into it, it might start rotating some more. And I just want to, the thing about it is there's so much convection and rain ahead of it, maybe has overworked the atmosphere, but I'm still looking at some of these parameters. Still a very favorable environment ahead of it to at least possibly rotate. So I just want there's a lot of localized little features that this storm has to go through that we want to watch. Webb tonight, belt just popped off the van. I was reading that, I didn't read van, I thought your belt popped off, like ate too much food. Webb, we need to watch this storm between Miami and Veneta. But right now we're getting some heavy rain in Joplin. I think, I hope I didn't leave any of my windows down, but I'll be honest with you, I'm starting to second guess it in my car. You know, it's like, you know you did something, but you know, one of those things you know you did for sure earlier in the day, but then you start second guessing yourself. Got some gusty winds moving through Joplin. Nice little storm. Do have some street flooding. Move this KZRG 24-hour eye in the sky camera here. Oops, that's the side of our building. Let's see. Move this around a bit. There's 32nd Street. Get you to the beautiful Food for Less parking lot. Looking like some good flooding here in the... Yeah, look at that. Flooding in the Food for Less parking lot. Heavy rain coming down. Oh yeah, all 4 cars. 6 cars at Food for Less experiencing flooding. It's kind of lighthearted here until we see an increase in this storm, if we do. So we'll just keep an eye on the see if there's any flooding around the area, flooding in Joplin. Kind of zoom in here, 30-second range line. The picture's not going to be all that clear once we get way in there, but there's still some cars out there. 9:10 p.m. If you're out and about, move very slowly. Again, flash flooding could be an issue here over the next little bit, especially that I-44 corridor. You're looking at 32nd and range line. Food for Less, where you can get tuna steak, $6.40, whatever it said, each. All the good deals at Food for Less, not sponsored, but I do walk over there quite a bit to get snacks and things that I don't need. Just be honest with you. Joplin getting pounded by rain though, and we've got more rain on the way. So again, flash flooding in the city streets is a possibility. Turn around, don't drown. Russet potatoes, $2.96 for a 15-pound bag. I'm trying to zoom back out, but there you go. So we got flooding in the Food for Less parking lot. Turn around, don't drown. Food for Less parking lot. Go back to the radar here and show you what we're looking at. Sorry, I got a little distracted with the Food for Less parking lot. Still watching any type of rotation in that storm headed for Miami. It's just not looking all that impressive. But there's a lot of heavy rain coming down in Joplin. This storm is packing a punch, but luckily it's not rotating at this time. There's some gusty winds with it. So the area of rotation looks like it's on this tornado warning storm is on the northern edge of it. So if you're in Grove, if you're in Jay, you need to really watch this storm. We'll keep an eye on it. And if you're in McDonald County, you really want to keep an eye on it. Yeah, water's over the curbs areas. I mean, it's water's going to be pooling. Oh, new tornado warning. Okay. They've gone ahead and issued that tornado warning for Jay and for Grove, Oklahoma.
Just think about this for a moment. Just think about what's going on. President Trump just kicked out the power cord of Venezuela for China. Nope. No more. You don't get that. That's not happening for you anymore. We're in charge.
It must be KZYM. Yeah, it must be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what's running right now?
I have no idea. Be honest with you.
Everybody's dying and they keep exploding. They don't know what to do. The president just is cutting that off as we speak. And China's going to roll out the Great Party. What? Isn't it an amazing sequence of events? Kind of humiliating, actually, for the Chi companies.
I'll go ahead and give the radio listeners another update. Why not?
Should be good now.
Okay, I'm about to do a break-in. There's a tornado warning for Jay and Grove, so I'm going to give an update on there.
How
Just,
long is that from here?
well, it's going to go towards. It's going to go towards McDonald County, but it's still going to be in our listening area. So.
From here, I'm still learning.
Oh,
I've been here
it's
for 4
like
years.
Neosho,
Okay.
south of Neosho.
I've lived here for 4 years. I just say that every time. I'm like, I'm not from here. Cool.
All right,
Preach.
no problem.
Studios, sponsored by New Mac Electric.
It's Ty Albright here in the KZRG 24-hour storm center. Another update for you on this Friday night. A tornado warning in northeast Oklahoma that you need to be aware of. At least some of us need to be aware of. This is for Delaware County. Cities of Grove and Jay, Oklahoma are in this tornado warning. It's radar indicated at this time, but this is a storm that's got a history of producing a confirmed tornado. So if you're in northern Delaware County or northeastern Mays County in northeast Oklahoma, you need to be taking shelter. That's the Spavinaw area, Langley, Chalota, I mispronounced that, but Chalota area, west of Grove, southwest of Grove, and west of Jay. Those are the areas that are under this tornado warning. Again, this is northeast Oklahoma, and it's moving northeast. So if you're in McDonald County, if you're in, let's say, Anderson, Pineville, Southwest City, the Highway 43 corridor there, south of Seneca, you need to be paying attention to where this storm is going to track. We're going to have to watch it over the next 30 minutes to 45 minutes because it could be a problem for McDonald County, maybe even southern Newton County over the next 30 minutes to an hour. The environment's still ripe for supporting storms that are rotating, and this one is still rotating near the Spavinaw area, headed for the west side of Jay and the southwest side of Grove. That is a tornado-warned storm, radar indicated. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Hoot Owl. That's the official text from the National Weather Service. Hoot Owl. Quite the little town name there, which it's moving towards Spavinaw and Ribbon, also south of Langley, northeast Oklahoma. These are areas east of Pryor, south of Afton. If you're familiar with Ketchum, if you're familiar with Bernice, areas south of that. Looks like it could be a storm that's cycling as it heads over Spavinaw, but it's still looking rather impressive on the radar, so you want to take that seriously. Also got a severe thunderstorm warning headed for Miami. Miami, you're not in a warning, but this storm was trying to rotate as it heads up I-44, but it's not looking as impressive as it was just a little bit ago, but still want to be weather aware of that. But it looks like there's an area of circulation, Ribbon and Spavinaw, in Langley, Tijuana, these rural areas of northeast Oklahoma. I hope you are maybe familiar with Ketchum, south of Ketchum, south of Cleora. That's where the area of circulation would be moving it towards, and it's moving northeast. So if you're in Grove, if you're in Jay, you're in a tornado warning. I bet those towns have they've turned their storm sirens on But if I am you, you still got time if you're in Grove or Jay to get in your tornado shelter. Highway 59 corridor between that area could be where that storm heads over the next 10 to 15 minutes, but you still got time to get to your safe place. And when we say safe place, that's a basement. That's a storm shelter. That is somewhere that puts as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. You got blankets, you got pillows, even a helmet if you want. If there is, happens to be a tornado that comes through, you really want to protect your head, because it turns out most injuries and deaths occur when head injuries. So that is a good idea to just take into account if you are under a tornado warning. But again, that is in northeast Oklahoma. And if you're in Missouri, McDonald County really needs to be weather aware, especially also southern Newton County. Just depends on where this is going to continue to track. And a special weather statement for Miami. I do have a 50-mile-an-hour wind gust that is possible. We got very loud storms, though, all across the Joplin metro. A lot of rain, a lot of lightning. Flash flooding could be a problem. Seeing some pooling in the Food for Less parking lot. So I know there's some standing water in roadways that are less traveled. So just be careful. With circulation right now, Spavinaw, Oklahoma, trying to ramp back up. So if you're in Grove, if you're in Jay, need to be weather aware, need to be getting closer to your safe place, because this storm is packing a punch and headed towards Highway 59, Grove and Jay, Oklahoma. That is the area of concern right now. I want to again. You're listening to the stations of Zimmer Marketing. I've said it several times. Every time we've been on, but you can look at us live on the KZRG Facebook page, News Talk KZRG YouTube as well. You can see the radar I'm looking at. It's showing a lot of lightning over Webb City, north of Webb City and Oronogo, headed towards Carthage. Even some gusty winds headed towards the Fidelity area and the Bolivar area as we progress. We saw the storms that moved through Lamar actually overturned a semi on I-49 earlier. But those storms continue to push off north of the Springfield metro. But for now, of course, we again are worried about that tornado warning headed the west side of Jay, Oklahoma, maybe the southwest side of Grove, Grand Lake area south of Ketchum, south of Langley, right around Spavinaw, Chalota. I'm going to mispronounce a bunch of these names, these little names in northeast Oklahoma, but I do want you to be taking shelter if you are in Delaware County, Oklahoma, especially the center and the central and western parts of the county. Langley, Tijuana, not Tijuana, Mexico, but Tijuana, Oklahoma, southeast of Ketchum, south of Bernice, south of Cleora, area of Dennis, Oklahoma, Xena, Oklahoma, west of Jay, Oklahoma, southwest of Grove, Oklahoma. These are the spots. These are the spots that are in the path of the tornado warned storm. That is showing a decent amount of rotation. Get a new radar scan here. Give you the latest details as we get the velocity scan as well, but looking pretty impressive. South of Langley, northeast of Spavinaw, headed northeast at about what did I say? 35, 40 miles an hour. So again, that's the area of concern. You're listening to the stations of Zimmer Marketing. We go live with severe weather. This is a bit of a reach for some of our stations, but I do want people in McDonald County to be aware that there is a tornado-warned storm that could impact western sides of the county, even southern Newton County. I want you to just kind of watch this storm. Download the Zimmer Storm Center app. Download the Zimmer Storm Center app. It's a great way to get watches and warnings and alerts that are going to keep you up to date as they get issued, because the tornado watch is going to be in effect until 1 a.m. And so you are going to need a way, multiple ways actually, to get alerted. But again, tornado warned storm moving towards the Grove and Jay areas. I do think right now it's cycling a little bit northeast of Spavinaw, southeast of Langley, and headed northeast. So if you're in Grove, if you want to get to your safe place here shortly, still got some time to gather your things. But if you're northwest of Jay, also be taking your tornado precautions. Getting some more details here. Sorry about that. Getting some more details from the National Weather Service in the latest scan. Tornado warning, it does continue. It's radar indicated. Areas of western central Delaware County, northeast Oklahoma. Looks like this area right around Langley and Spavinaw still. So we're going to continue to watch it. But we'll get you back to regular programming on the radio. I just want people in McDonald County to be aware that this storm could track into western parts of McDonald County. So Southwest City, Anderson, Pineville, Knoll, Lanigan, Goodman. You guys need to be weather aware. Even southern, southwestern Newton County, Seneca, southwest sides of Neosho. We need to watch and see where this storm tracks over the next bit because there's a lot of lightning in it. It's really ramping up. But for now, join us on the KZRG Facebook page. Join us on the KZRG YouTube channel. We are live following this severe weather as it goes on. We'll get you back to your regular programming on the station's Zimmer Marketing. When severe weather breaks out, we break in. I'm Ty Albright for News Talk KZRG.
This severe weather update from studios of News Talk KZRG and Zimmer Marketing is sponsored by New Mac Electric, proudly serving Southwest Missouri for over 80 years. New Mac Electric, your touch-tone energy partner. Zimmer Marketing and
Thank you guys for tuning in. Sorry, I was not looking at the KZRG Facebook comments for a bit. Josiah, that the timeline of that storm, so if it continues... Oops. Let me look here. Let me draw you a little storm track. So, again, it's a long shot for that to actually get into McDonald County, then maintain its strength. But if it does, it's currently moving at 35 miles per hour. So we'll go ahead and draw like a little storm track here. If it'll work. Roughly an hour. Josiah, just a rough estimate there for you. My drawing pen doesn't want to seem to work, so that's great. But roughly an hour if it tracks into southern Newton County. But it would have to go through Grove first, so we'll see if it can maintain strength as it progresses into that area. But we are seeing an increasing signal for flooding in Cherokee County, the Galena, Baxter, Riverton areas, and Joplin Metro. Gusty winds move through Miami, could be moving up into the Joplin Metro again. It got a couple lightning strikes, so we'll see if that storm can intensify. But we got it's a loud night. It is a loud night, and I hate to say it's still not over because if we look back out west, the cold front's still way out there near Wichita. So, could be a midnight night, if that makes sense. Storm drains are struggling in portions of the area. We've had reports out of Baxter that the storm drains have really struggled to keep up with the amount of rain. So turn around, don't drown. Luckily, this tornado-warned storm headed for Grove and Jay is not looking as impressive as it was. We'll see if it maintains that, but with this latest scan. But good news there, at least. We have some minor to moderate flooding in numerous roads in Joplin, so if you are out and about, please turn around, don't drown. Low water crossing is going to be flooded. It only takes a few inches of moving water to sweep your vehicle off the road. Thank you guys again for tuning in on the KZRG Facebook page. Also live on the YouTube as well. There's a lot of contamination here in this storm. It's hard to tell here. Did have a report of a 80-mile-an-hour wind gust near Pryor earlier, so this storm is big-time winds. Grove and Jay, Oklahoma, still need to be in their tornado shelters at this time. They have continued this tornado warning that's impacting Jay, Grove, Xena, and Coletta. I said it wrong, but Oklahoma. Still want to watch if you're in McDonald County, though. It looks like the area rotation could split Grove and Jay if it's still going. It's still kind of contaminated here. We've got problems here with the radar. We'll see if we can get another look at it from this radar. It's still not looking good on this one either. But Grove and Jay still would be great if you are in your tornado shelters. Just in case, you know, better safe than sorry, right? Kind of going over all of the data here, just kind of looking and seeing if there's anything that really pops out here. Just a reminder, Tornado Watch goes until 1 a.m. Unfortunately, we'll see if these storms take the energy out of the atmosphere. It's hard to say if they will or not, because these storms here haven't been able to get going just yet because the cold front just moving through Wichita. You can see this line here on the left side of your screen. Pretty much the cold front there moving through. Any storm that's still ahead of the cold front will have a chance to rotate, but just not seeing that right now out there. But we'll watch it. Still another band of heavy rain about to move into the Joplin metro. So again, flooding, flash flooding could be a problem. Yeah, we do have a lot of reports of water on roadways, so you need to really keep that in mind when you are driving tonight. Oops, I just zoomed out to the entire world. We do have a couple of new severe thunderstorm warnings in northeast Oklahoma, impacting the Pryor area again. Man, Pryor been hit hard tonight with these storms. Big time hail west of Pryor. Still, tornado warning continues for Grove and Jay. Going to get another update from the radar here momentarily. You may still want to be in your shelter. Grove, Jay, Highway 59. Area of rotation's pretty broad, pretty messy, but still not seeing any reports from the National Weather Service in Tulsa. We have a new not tornado warning, new severe thunderstorm warning for the city of Joplin. Some gusty winds just crossing into Carl Junction here. I want to go live on air for that just a second. What is going on here? Okay, got that figured out. Just a second.
Sponsored by New Mac Electric.
Ty Albright here in the KZRG 24-hour storm sensor. New severe thunderstorm warning you need to be aware of. It includes the Joplin metro. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and some small hail are ongoing in and around the city of Joplin and Carl Junction and Webb City and even Oronogo, Carthage, Jasper. This is showing some gusty winds that just moved through the 171 corridor there west of Webb City in the Carl Junction area, headed for Oronogo. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued from the National Weather Service in Springfield. Really, the rotation's not all that prevalent at all in this storm, so that's some good news, but a little bit of a Boeing segment that just passed through Carl Junction, so definitely had some gusty winds move through CJ and heading towards Oronogo as we speak, Webb City, the northern side of Joplin. And this is moving to the northeast or so at about actually 50, 60 miles per hour with that. But again, just a little bit of a little Boeing segment within this storm. Heavy rain coming down in Joplin. We've got flooding, flash flooding that is a problem for us tonight. So turn around. Don't drown. Seeing some pooling on the roadways. Still also watching that tornado warning that includes Grove and Jay, Oklahoma in Delaware County. Looks like the area rotation is a little bit more broad than it was, but it would be going probably right between Grove and Jay. Highway 59, there would be the path of it. But if you're in Grove and if you're in Jay, especially South Grove, North Jay, really want you to still be taking shelter, or at least right there next to your shelter, just in case this rotation were to ramp back up, because the National Weather Service still keeping that radar indicated tornado warning in effect there. And if you're in McDonald County, really going to watch it to see if it cycles again, because Southwest City, Highway 43 corridor in McDonald County and southern Newton County could be in the path of that if it continues on its current track. But severe thunderstorm warning for the city of Joplin and points north and east in Jasper County. Damaging winds are the main threat. We've also got a flood advisory for the city of Joplin because of all of the pooling of water we're seeing on some of the roadways. But damaging winds moved through CJ, headed for Oronogo, impacting portions of Webb City as we speak here in just a moment. Carthage also loud, very loud, really all over the area tonight. Southeast Kansas, we are starting to get into this area where the first batch or this main batch, whatever you want to call this, is kind of moving in and out of Southeast Kansas, but need to look back towards Wichita and see what storms fire up. It's not looking as impressive as maybe we thought. Hopefully, the cold front will move through and not be able to produce much in the way of severe weather, but still something we're going to have to watch over the next several hours because that tornado watch, still going to remain in effect until about 1 a.m. because the cold front and the dry line are still way out west, even near Wichita, and then points south towards Oklahoma City. So there is still a lot of room for these storms to work. But right now, severe thunderstorm warning includes the city of Joplin, Webb City, Carl Junction, Oronogo, Carthage. Those areas of Jasper County do have an uptick of little gusty winds that move through CJ and headed for Oronogo as we speak. Good thing with this storm, though, not really seeing anything in the way of rotation. So that is some good news there, but it is some small hail coming down right there on the Joplin Airport area, Oronogo, Highway 43 in Jasper County. Going to watch for any type of rotation, but right now it's looking pretty good for us here in the Joplin Metro. And the rotation between Grove and Jay is not looking all that impressive. Have some contamination with the radar, so it's making it hard to pinpoint exactly what's going on there, but they have shaved off this tornado warning. Jay is no longer in the tornado warning, northeast Oklahoma. Grove, you are still in the tornado warning. It's radar indicated. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 4 miles northwest of Jay. It's moving northeast. So that includes Grove and Xena, Oklahoma, northern side of Jay, I guess, but that area of rotation would be crossing Highway 59 south of Grove here in just a few minutes. So if you're familiar with those areas, that's where we are concerned about. You need to be taking shelter there. And we're watching McDonald County. Western edge of McDonald County needs to be watching this storm. But going back near the Joplin Metro, still watching that 60-mile-an-hour wind gust move through Oronogo and Webb City and even points north, Highway 43. It looks like it did just bow out a little bit more that went through Oronogo, and it's kind of increasing in speed, too. So I-49, west of Carthage, north of Carthage, Jasper, Carytown, those areas going to be seeing this Boeing segment move towards you here shortly. Do have some damaging winds going through Oronogo as we speak, north end of Webb City as well. Again, that's just a severe thunderstorm warning at this time, so some good news there. Continuing to track these storms, the stations of Zimmer Marketing. Ty Albright in the KZRG 24-hour Storm Center live on the KZRG Facebook page and the KZRG YouTube as well. Still seeing a little bit of a Boeing segment east-northeast of Fidelity, heading east-northeast. Watching for any little rotation that we can try to find within these radar signatures, but it's very broad rotation anywhere in the area, especially the tornado warned storm south of Grove. Actually, it's looking a little bit tighter than it was just moments ago. So if you're in Grove, I'm getting in your shelter right now if you're not already, but definitely something we need to keep an eye on, the south of Grove, and if you're on the western side of McDonald County in southwest Missouri. Storm is trying to spin, trying to rotate as it approaches Highway 59 in the Grove area. Almost 9:45 here on the KZRG 24-hour Storm Center. Watching on Facebook is Christy. Thank you, Christy, for tuning in. You can see the radar that I'm looking at on our Facebook, on our YouTube, as we follow these severe storms and tornado-warned storms. But gusty winds picking up just northeast of Fidelity, north of I-44. Looks like there is a little Boeing segment there that's trying to get going. Really want to watch that as it heads east-northeast towards Avila and La Russell, north of Sarcoxy. Joplin, just a loud night for us right now. Still, we've gotten lucky with the track of these rotating storms that they haven't really affected the city of Joplin. So some good news on that front. And going to continue to watch, though, as we progress towards midnight because the severe threat will remain at least for a bit longer. Getting a new radar scan from the National Weather Service radar in Tulsa. The storm between Grove and Jay still showing a little bit of rotation as it heads towards the south side of Grove. If I'm in the south side of Grove, I am taking shelter right now just to be safe. If I'm on Highway 59 south of Grove, you got to be somewhere sturdy. You got to get out of that because that is where this area of rotation is. So south side of Grove. Highway 59, between Grove and Jay, not a great place to be. The rotation's not all that impressive, to be honest with you, but we are monitoring McDonald County for a possible tornado warning. They're watching it closely. The storm seems to be cycling as it approaches the south side of Grove. If you're in Southwest City, if you're in Knoll, if you're in Ginger Blue, Lanigan, Anderson, those areas, Pineville, Goodman, anywhere in the west side of McDonald County, Tiff City, you need to be watching this closely. Just kind of prepare, get your things ready, and just in case you got to get to the storm shelter, get to your safe place. National Weather Service is monitoring this situation as this rotating storm heads towards the south side of Grove, Oklahoma. Still watching a little bit of a gusty wind near Fidelity. Northwest of Sarcoxy. Those areas, what we're watching. National Weather Service in Tulsa says that the Storm Prediction Center is giving them some further details about what we're going to see the rest of the night. So we'll give you some of those details as they become available. Because we're still in round one, technically. Maybe round 1.5. And there will be a round 2 later on tonight. You see these, there's a cold front still near Wichita. Dry line still near Oklahoma City. That could continue to fire off storms in this area. But we're going to hope that the atmosphere has been overworked. So the energy hopefully has been taken out of it. So that we can all go to sleep shortly. But for now, going to continue to watch rotating storm south of Grove, Oklahoma. Highway 59 between Grove and Jay is where this area of rotation is right now. Grove getting some heavy rain. The north side of this little supercell. Looks like the rotation may have tightened up just a little bit. Again, south of Grove, Oklahoma. South of the city, like downtown area. South of the Grove Hospital, the Integris Grove Hospital, south of Walmart, south of the Best Western, Timber Ridge Inn and Harps and all that. Highway 59 between Grove and Jay is where this area of rotation is currently moving over. .49 KZRG news time, storm time. Ty Albright in the KZRG 24-hour Storm Center. Following these storms, if you're in western McDonald County, like Southwest City, you live in the Highway 43 corridor near Tiff City, we need to keep an eye on where this is going to track. So that area rotation south of Grove is moving right now over Highway 59. It's still pretty broad, but it's still something that's warranting this tornado warning. in northeast Oklahoma as it prepares here in the next 15 minutes or so to try and cross into Missouri. Flash flooding, again, a concern, especially for Joplin, especially for areas like Carthage, Greenfield, up towards Bolivar, that line, that area, Webb City, Carl, Galena, Baxter, Miami, I-44 corridor, really. Flash flooding's been being a problem for us right now. So please turn around, don't drown. It's been severe weather preparedness week. Today's topic was flash flooding. It only takes a few inches of moving water to sweep you off your feet and about a foot of moving water to sweep your vehicle. Smaller vehicles, especially off of the roadway. But still keeping our eyes on the south side of Grove, Oklahoma. If I'm in Grove, I am taking shelter right now. I'm still in my safe place. Okay, so speaking of flash flooding, the National Weather Service did go ahead and issue a flash flood warning for Cherokee, Jasper, and Newton counties. Southeastern Cherokee County, that includes places like Galena, Baxter, and Riverton. Also, Columbus might be in it. Columbus is not in that, so it's extreme southeast Cherokee County. Also, though, includes Jasper County and parts of Newton County. So Joplin, Carl, Webb, CJ, Carthage, flash flood warning is in effect. Emergency management reporting heavy rain across the warned area. 1 to 2 inches of rain have fallen, plus another up to an inch are possible. So flash flooding is going on. Turn around, don't drown. Many flood deaths we mentioned do occur in vehicles that get swept off of the roadway. So that can be a big problem for anybody driving out tonight. Pooling on the roadways, hydroplaning is also a possibility. And with that severe thunderstorm warning, though, Joplin, just a loud night in Joplin. More rain on the way. Still watching a little bit of an uptick in hail east of Carthage near Knights and Forest Mills. That'd be Gum Road east of Carthage as you head towards the La Russell area and the Reeds area and Avila. Looks like an uptick in Boeing segment with that storm headed east-northeast. So if you're in those areas, a rural area, Highway 37 near Avila, west of La Russell, northeast of Fidelity, east of Carthage. That's an area where this storm looks like it has intensified just a bit as it heads to the east. But McDonald County listeners, we are awaiting to see if the Tulsa or the storm out of northeast Oklahoma will continue. They are continuing the tornado warning there in Delaware County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Honey Creek State Park, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So that is near Honey Creek State Park, just to the southeast of Grove, Oklahoma, headed towards the western edge of McDonald County in southwest Missouri. If you're curious about the radar, what we're looking at, Zimmer Storm Sensor, we are live. KZRG Facebook page, KZRG YouTube channel. Coming up on 10 o'clock here in just a bit. We will stay live as long as we need to, as long as there's a threat for these severe storms. We'll keep you up to date here on the stations of Zimmer Marketing, because when severe weather breaks out, we break in. So flash flood warning in effect for the Joplin Metro. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for portions of the Joplin area. The main brunt of the storm, though, east of Carthage on Gum Road, headed towards the Reeds and Avila. Just a loud night, though, as I mentioned several times. It's just good old-fashioned thunder boomers in most of the area. The rotating storm still in the Grove, Oklahoma area, headed for, let's just say, the western edge of McDonald County between Tiff City and Southwest City. So a lot of rural area in between there, but that's who needs to be aware of this rotating storm. The National Weather Service says, again, they issued that flash flood warning for Joplin. They expect additional flooding to ramp up in the city. Because it's just the way the storms are oriented from northeast to southwest. Not good for the city of Joplin in terms of a lot of rain. But we've got street flooding in portions of the metro, so please turn around, don't drown. It looks like the rotation on this storm near Grove Not as impressive as it was, but we're going to continue to monitor it as it creeps towards the Missouri-Oklahoma border. So we'll stay on the radio here for you, give you an update on what they're thinking for McDonald County. But some gusty winds for sure headed towards Tiff City and the Highway 43 corridor in McDonald County for our listeners in that area. So just want you to be weather aware tonight. They have issued a new tornado watch. What is this? Eastern Oklahoma, the tornado watch has been extended. Until 4 a.m. Just the thought of those words made me yawn. But 4 a.m. in eastern Oklahoma, tornado watch has been extended, unfortunately. That's a late night for everybody in eastern Oklahoma. The tornado watch in southeast Kansas and southwest Missouri is until 1 a.m. So the move there from the Storm Prediction Center makes me think they might extend some of these other areas. So that's something we're going to have to really watch over the next several hours and see what the Storm Prediction Center has in store for us here in the stations of Zimmer Marketing, but we'll be here to cover it for you. Rumbles of thunder rolling through the Joplin Metro. A new mesoscale discussion just a moment ago in southeast Kansas from the Storm Prediction Center in north central Oklahoma. Actually, this is for areas north of Kansas City, but the cold front's moving through that area. Potential for hail and wind really going to increase once that cold front makes its way towards us. Still watching a rotating storm east now of Grove, headed for Cayuga and for Dodge in the extreme eastern Delaware County, headed for the extreme western side of McDonald County. You need to be weather aware there. We'll see if they issue this tornado warning or if they make it a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern McDonald County. Western side of McDonald County, excuse me. We'll stay on the radio, though, for you, because I know we have a lot of listeners in rural parts of McDonald County that are listening tonight on the stations of Zimmer Marketing. Want to make sure everybody's informed as we approach the 10 o'clock hour. Very important for all of our listeners to be weather aware. East of Grove, the rotation's still there just a little bit. But we do have the flash flooding that's also a threat in the Joplin Metro. Fire departments from different areas in CJ reporting water across low water crossings. You know, the places that normally flood are definitely going to flood tonight. So just take that into account if you are out and about. So we have a new event, tornado warning for McDonald County as we speak. So they have gone ahead and extended this tornado warned storm from northeast Oklahoma into McDonald County. So if you are on the western edge of McDonald County, that's places like Southwest City, Tiff City, even Knoll, Lanigan, Pineville, Anderson, Goodman, you are now under a tornado warning. You need to, especially on the western edge, you need to start taking shelter. Southwest City, you might get lucky here in Southwest City. It looks like the area of rotation is more towards Highway 25 in eastern Delaware County, headed towards East 290 Road and Highway O in western McDonald County. If you know where that's at between Tiff City and Southwest City, that is the area where this rotation's really headed. So the tornado warning, it does include Southwest City, but if you're in Southwest City and you're concerned tonight, the good news is it looks like that rotation's going to stay to your northwest. But tornado warning now, western central edge of McDonald County. Pineville, you're in it. Anderson, you're in it. Lanigan, Ginger Blue, Knoll, you're in it. I'll be honest with you, some of these areas, you still got some time to get in your safe place, gather your things up. No need to panic just yet, because because the storm's not exactly impacting, it's still not even into the Missouri borders just yet, but I think it's going to really impact areas south of Tiff City and Highway 43 southwest of Coy. You know where 76, Highway 76 and Highway 43 meet up? That might be an area of concern. The storm's still east of Grove, not even yet over the Missouri border. It's creeping closer as we get there, but if you're in Knoll, you got an alert on your phone. If you're in Anderson, you got an alert on your phone. Still got some time to get your things together and get ready to get in your storm shelter. One of the chasers from some media in northeast Oklahoma say they saw power flashes east of Grove traveling on 43 and 20. So if you know where that's at, 43 and 20 there east of Grove. I think Tiff City, this is where we're looking at. South of Tiff City, in the area of Tiff City, area of Cayuga and Dodge. So you guys need to be taking shelter. This rotating storm, radar indicated. But this is going to be where the area of rotation is western McDonald County in southwest Missouri, east of Grove. Highway 43. Highway 76, that intersection near Tiff City. South, Highway O and 43, if you know where that's at. This is the general area of places that need to be concerned here. So we are going to continue to stay live on the stations of Zimmer Marketing because I know we got a lot of rural listeners in rural areas there in McDonald County that rely on weather information. It looks like the area of rotation will track near Tiff City, south of Tiff City. But the circulation, again, is pretty broad right now. We just want to continue to watch it, though. If you are looking at the radar that I'm looking at here on the stations of Zimmer Marketing KZRG Facebook page, a little bit of green, a little bit of red mixing together. East of Grove, headed for the south side of Tiff City. So we are going to stay live on the stations of Zimmer Marketing as we have, eclipsed the 10 o'clock hour. Getting another radar scan just moments ago. We are, again, people getting alerts on their phone, EAS going off in areas of McDonald County, especially if you're in Southwest City, you got an alert. I think Southwest City may be missing this area of rotation. It's to your north. If you're on Highway O and 43, though, that general area, south of Tiff City, that's where this rotation's headed. If I'm in Tiff City, I'm taking cover. If I'm near Coy, Highway 43 and 76 in McDonald County, I'm taking cover. If I'm south of Hart, Tiff City, south of Hart, southwest of Split Log, west of Anderson. These are areas you need to take cover. I know Pineville, Knoll, and Southwest City, you are in this tornado warning, but the area of rotation, the area of concern does not look like it will affect you at this time. I don't want to guarantee that, but the way the storm is tracking doesn't look like it's an imminent threat for areas like Pineville, Knoll, and Southwest City. So we may get lucky here. Goodman, need to be getting your things together, thinking about taking shelter. Anderson, of course, west of Anderson, west of Goodman, southwest of Goodman, need to be thinking about getting in your shelter and getting those things gathered up just in case this were to ramp up and put something on the ground. But for now, it's just radar indicated. Even the National Weather Service admits some of these, we're kind of in between radars here, so it's kind of tough to get a really good look at this storm. We just got to continue to watch it every scan. Getting a new radar scan as we speak. This area rotation now finally crossing the Oklahoma-Missouri border. Oklahoma border into Missouri, right around Tiff City. Tiff City, got to be in your shelter. Lowest floor, basement. Somewhere that puts as many walls between you in the outside world as possible. Tiff City, take shelter. Highway 43, Highway 76, that intersection. The Patterson Heights Church is right there. But we have had reports of flashes from spotters east of Grove. So that's that Tiff City area. When you see power flashes, that's generally indicative of a storm that either has really gusty winds or is trying to produce some sort of a spin and tornadic activity. Live on the station's Zimmer Marketing, 10:05. Ty Albright, the KZRG 24-hour storm center of News Talk KZRG and Zimmer Marketing, watching a tornado-warned storm head right towards Tiff City. South of Tiff City also, Highway 43, between Southwest City and Tiff City, south of Hart. These areas are who needs to be taking shelter. West of Goodman, west of Anderson, west of Pineville. I really think Knoll, Southwest City, and Pineville right now are on getting lucky right now. The way the storm's currently tracking, I know you're under a tornado warning in Pineville. I know you're under a tornado warning in Knoll and Southwest City, but kind of take a breather if you're anxious about these storms, because right now the area of rotation right near Tiff City, right around the Missouri-Oklahoma border, as it heads towards Highway 43 and 76. That's the area of concern, and it's moving northeast. Anderson, especially on the west side of Anderson, think about getting your shelter right now. Start making your way there. West side of Goodman, too, also want to take shelter. And if I'm in southern Newton County, if I'm in Neosho especially, I'm watching this. If I'm near the Crowder College area, I'm watching to see Camp Crowder area. I'm watching to see where the storm is going to track. I'm waiting to see if it's going to ramp up, because that's where the area of rotation is, kind of thinking where it's going to track towards. New radar scan, new velocity scan is showing that the area of rotation right around Tiff City, it's pretty messy right now on the radar because we are kind of in between radar sites here. So the Tulsa radar showing it are in and around Tiff City, southeast of Cayuga, Highway 43, Highway O. Then you go to the Springfield radar site. It's also showing that Tiff City area. But the National Weather Service in Tulsa says velocity tightening southeast of Cayuga. It's a small town there, east of Grove, near Tiff City. Tiff City, got to be in your shelter right now. That area rotation's moving right over you. Highway 43, Highway O intersection. If you're in Hart even, if you're in May, if you're in Split Log, if you are west of Anderson, you are west of Goodman especially. Goodman, Anderson, looking at your you go ahead and get in one if you're anxious, but area of rotation, Tiff City. Highway 43 there in Tiff City. Got to be taking shelter. Got to be there right now. Storm's still trying to tighten up. We don't have anything confirmed on the ground, but we have heard of storm spotters saying they've seen flashes. So when you see flashes and things like that, you really need to be aware that that could be some sort of damaging wind or tornado near the Tiff City area, Coy, southeast of Hart. May, you need to be taking shelter as well. I'm going to kind of look ahead here. I really think it's part of Newton County, southern Newton County, could be getting a warning here shortly. So if I'm in the Osho, I'm thinking about getting my things ready to go to the shelter. Now, we do have a possible wall cloud west of Knoll. Firefighter says they may have saw one. Looks like this area could be northwest of Knoll, north of Southwest City. There's a few little areas in this cell that are trying to tighten up, but the main one right over Tiff City, right near Coy, Highway 43 and Highway 76, just north of that area right now. But we're continuing to watch an ever-changing situation. It is moving northeast. So if I'm in Goodman, I'm getting close to my shelter. I'm getting my things ready. I've got my my stuff ready, my charged up phone, everything. I'm taking it to the shelter and getting in the safest place I can be. Excuse me. Because tornadic circulation looks to be like it's just south of Tiff City, says the National Weather Service in Springfield, taking a bit of a northward turn, putting it closer to the northwest corner of the warning. So right around Tiff City, again, is the area of rotation west of Anderson, west of Goodman, moving northeast. So if I'm in southern Newton County, I'm watching this storm. If I'm in the southern part of Neosho, if I'm southeast of Seneca looking like you're kind of you're not really in the path of the circulation. But if I'm in Neosho, I'm watching it. If I'm in Anderson, you got to be thinking about your shelter. If I'm in Goodman, start getting closer to your shelter. So it looks like they're still trying to rotate there east of Tiff City, right around Tiff City. It's pretty broad. Again, we're in between radars, so it's hard to give you an exact area, but rotating motion near Tiff City for sure. So Tiff City, still in your shelter. Hart, May, Coy, Split Log, west of Goodman, northwest of Anderson, in your shelters. Lowest floor of whatever building you are in. Putting as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Blankets, even a helmet if you see fit. Just anything to protect you from any type of flying debris. Newton County Emergency Management says they're near the circulation. Gusts up to 63 miles an hour, 7 miles west-southwest of Goodman. So if you're in Goodman, get in your shelter. Getting some confirmation from the Newton County Emergency Management staff there. McDonald County, this is a tornado warning. Radar indicated, but we're seeing some rotation that's been moving through Tiff City and headed towards the Goodman area. If I'm in Newton County, we're going to wait to see what the National Weather Service says, but I do believe that there will be some sort of warning coming out for Newton County here shortly. Keep you up to date on that. Just excuse the moments of silence here. Getting a lot of new details here that I'm trying to filter through. But if I'm in Anderson, if I'm on Highway 76 near Coy, this area of rotation is right there. Split Log, Kelly Springs, I-49 between Anderson and Goodman, even up to Neosho. Let's keep Neosho in our eyes here, because this area of rotation would be headed towards southern Newton County if it continues. No warning for Newton County right now, but we're looking ahead. We're thinking ahead. West of Goodman, need to be getting in your shelter. Northwest of Anderson. This rural area of northwest McDonald County is our concern right now. Newton County Emergency Manager Charlotte Geller tells us FEMA shelters at Seneca School and Neosho schools are open and will continue through the watch. So that is just some new information we got from the emergency manager, Charlotte Geller, out of Newton County. So no warning for Newton County right now, but again, you got to look ahead when you think about these types of things. Right now, though, everybody is looking good except for we're looking at McDonald County and southern Newton County. These are the areas I'm concerned about. So generally, I try to keep up to date with everybody's request of looking at areas, but if I'm not talking about your area, generally it's a good thing. So still got the composites in place. The environment's still ripe to continue to watch this area of rotation as it heads now towards the northwestern side of the Anderson area, western side of Goodman. Goodman, get in your shelter. New radar scan showing lightning and heavy amounts of rain and hail in this storm as the rotation's still trying. Northwest of Anderson, west of Goodman. Storm's moving at about 40 miles an hour. Actually looks more impressive now. West of Split Log, south of May. These are very small communities. Buffalo Hills Natural Area, north of Highway F. These are, a lot of people may not recognize these, but the people that do, that's worth everything in the world here to the people in northwestern McDonald County, west of Goodman, headed for I-49 in the Goodman area. So this is a tornado warning storm, a radar indicated. Actually, emergency management in McDonald County says wall cloud spotted by a firefighter west of Goodman, about 8 miles. It's moving northeast at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. So if I'm in Goodman, if I'm in the southern side of Newton County, I'm taking shelter right now. We got a wall cloud, so those wall clouds doesn't necessarily mean something's on the ground, but it does mean that something could spit something out on the ground pretty quickly. So you just want to be extra cautious in these areas where this tornado warning is, especially. I know the EAS alerts come through your phone now. Everybody's phone lights up when you get these warnings. So you tune into the radio, you tune into Facebook or YouTube, whatever you're watching us on, and you are getting the latest information. But you got to have multiple ways to receive these warnings. Goodman, Split Log, Kelly Springs, Interstate 49, let's say between exit 10 and even up to Neosho. I-49 between Pineville and Neosho, the area of concern here shortly. This storm is still trying to rotate as it heads towards Goodman. Goodman takes shelter. South side of Neosho, I'm watching this like a hawk if I'm in Neosho, especially the south side of town, because we'll see if this thing tries to rotate as it heads towards Neosho. Again, nothing confirmed on the ground. We don't have any storm chasers saying anything confirmed, but the rotation is there and is still got a lot of lightning in it. So the storm is intensifying just a bit. We are in constant contact with Newton County and McDonald County emergency managers who say gusts up to 78 miles an hour, 7 miles west-southwest of Goodman just a few moments ago. Wow, 78 miles per hour. Damn. So Goodman, get your shelter right now. Split Log, May, these areas on the northwestern edge of McDonald County, got to get in your shelter, because if there's not even necessarily a tornado on the ground, a 78 mile an hour wind gust that was reported, that's going to do some damage. And again, as I mentioned, there's a lot of areas there under flash flooding threats too, so please turn around, don't drown. But I want to keep our focus on this tornado-warned storm west of Goodman. Area of rotation west of Goodman, headed towards the west side of Goodman. Split Log, May, Kelly Springs, northwest side of Anderson, and I-49 between Anderson and Goodman, even the south side of Neosho. They're going to have to issue some sort of warning for southern Newton County here shortly. I'm very curious to see what the National Weather Service does here. There's a good chance there's a tornado warning coming for southern Newton County. I'm not going to future predict, but there's a good chance there's a tornado warning going to be coming for the southern side of Newton County. So we'll keep you up to date. We'll keep you informed here on the stations of Zimmer Marketing here, as long as this threat is being perceived. Heavy amounts of wind and hail, though, west of Goodman. Goodman, you got to be taking shelter. Southern edge of Newton County. I even want to say near the Neosho airports. South side of Neosho, Camp Crowder, June, McElhaney. A lot of little areas here that I'd go ahead and be getting ready to get in my shelter just in case. Now, if you're in Neosho listening, a little bit hard to say right now if this is going to keep rotating as it heads towards Neosho, but if I'm on the south side of town, I definitely want to be looking at my storm shelter and get my things in there just in case. Again, I'd rather be safe than sorry, even if there's not a tornado on the ground. Anytime we see rotation within these storms, we want to be extra cautious. But if you're in Joplin, if you're in Webb City, anywhere, Carl Junction, Galena, Baxter, Columbus, any of these areas, Miami, along and north of this line, we've got a break for a while until there's some more storms that are popping up closer to Wichita. So we'll see if those pack a punch. Right now, they're not. So some good news, you can get at least a nap in. But right now, we are following this rotating storm headed towards the Goodman area, northwestern McDonald County, and extreme southern southwestern Newton County. Springfield, National Weather Service says the rotation southwest of Goodman, coming into the Goodman area. Take shelter if you're in Goodman. please take shelter. Even if the tornado is not necessarily on the ground, it could spit one out. Quick little spin up at any time. So just to be safe. I-49 between, let's say, exits 20 and exits 15. Really the Goodman area, the I-49 area in Goodman and south of Neosho, that's the area of concern where it is gusting up to new from the emergency management in Newton County, gusts up to 81 mile an hour in Newton County. Dang. Quarter-size hail as well. So this is a storm you want to take seriously. You've got emergency management personnel reporting these gusty winds, 81 miles per hour. We are on the KZRG Facebook page and YouTube channel as well. If you would like a visual to go along with the audio, but Goodman, got to be in your shelter. A new tornado warning issued, includes the city of Neosho. So this just got issued. Tornado warning for the city of Neosho. Your phone's going off right now. Your phone's blaring, most likely saying, hey, tornado warning. This is currently, though, a radar-indicated tornado warning for the city of Neosho and for a good chunk of south and eastern sides of Newton County. Doesn't include Joplin. The storm's not going to affect Joplin. No worries if you're in Joplin. But this area of rotation west of Goodman, tracking east-northeast towards Neosho now, confirmed by the National Weather Service that this is 8 miles southwest of Neosho, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Again, a radar-indicated rotation that we're watching for any type of thing that could drop some sort of rotating storm. Medium end rotation west of Goodman, headed for the south side, especially of Neosho. If I'm in Neosho, tornado siren's probably blaring in Neosho. You are tuning in to see what's going on. But take shelter if you're in Neosho. At least you got some time to get in there. You do have for sure have some time to get into your storm shelter in Neosho. So we don't want you exactly. You don't need to panic at this time. But if you're in Goodman still, we're watching this area of rotation to your west, moving northeast towards maybe the McElhaney area, maybe the south side of Neosho, the airport there, west side of Goodman, I-49. These are the areas right now under this tornado warning. Again, that Neosho, Goodman, Granby, Diamond, even in this warning. I'm not sure if it affects Diamond or not, simply because of where this rotation is. But if I'm in Goodman, if I'm in Neosho, go ahead and get in your shelter if you're not already in the city of Goodman. Neosho still got some time to get in there, but gather your things and briskly walk to your shelter if you're in Neosho. It means as many walls really between you and the outside world as possible if you don't have an actual storm shelter. But this tornado warning is for the rotation, moving into Goodman and eventually into Newton County, especially the west side of Goodman. Right now, though, a lot of lightning on the west side of Goodman. Sirens sounding in Wentworth, someone says. Yes, so if you're in this warning, Diamond, Granby, Wentworth, all these areas, Fairview, your tornado sirens are going off. The main threat right now, though, southwest of Neosho. 78 mile an hour wind gust, 81 mile an hour wind gust has been recorded with this storm from emergency management personnel. So areas of southern Newton County, northern McDonald County need to be taking shelter. That does include Neosho, does include Goodman, Highway 59, I-49 in these areas are really under the gun for this rotating storm as it's pushing northeast at about 45 miles per hour. Stations of Zimmer Marketing covering this severe weather outbreak that we've seen all day long. I'm not sure how long we've been live now, but we will continue to follow it for you as long as this threat persists. Actually, as I speak, going on hour 4 of live coverage here on the KZRG Facebook and YouTube channel. You can join us there and see exactly what I'm looking at right now. Rotation crossing I-49 near the Goodman area. So if you're in Neosho, especially the south side of Neosho, really need to be getting to your shelter right now, gathering your things, put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible, just in case this were to drop a tornado. Now, I've not seen any confirmation of anything. It's just all radar indicated. Got a couple storm chasers in that area, but nobody that's really seen anything that concrete that we can say there's anything on the ground. But again, this is something you want to take very seriously at this time. So we got different reports coming in from several different sources here. But if I'm in Neosho taking shelter, I'm in Goodman, I'm still in my shelter. Interstate 49 between Goodman and Neosho, that is really where the area of rotation that we've seen cross over here just a little bit ago. So this storm is packing a punch. Up to 81 mile per hour wind gusts reported with this storm. So even if there wasn't a tornado necessarily on the ground, that is an incredible wind gusts. So if you're not in a sturdy shelter, that's going to take a lot of damage. That could damage your property. That could damage a lot of trees in your area. So you need to be somewhere where there's many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Live on the stations of Zimmer Marketing, 1025. Ty Albright in the KZRG 24-hour Storm Center. Rotation, south side of Neosho, right around Goodman. This area is what we're watching, moving northeast. So the storm is really actually intensifying, it looks like. So if I'm on the Highway 60 area where it meets up with 49, a lot of lightning here. This is a storm that's packing a punch and is tornado warned. So please take shelter, or go ahead and take shelter if you are in the city of Neosho, especially that south side. We're gonna swing the KZRG camera to our south and see if we can see any of this lightning maybe lights up some of that Neosho sky. But we are really watching this rotation. P to dime size hail south of Highway 76 and 43 in the McDonald County area. So big time rotation. Neosho, take shelter. 75 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts. Interstate 49, around the Neosho area, around the Goodman area. Sirens still probably blaring in Neosho. Also, don't want to. We still got some loud thunder boomers that are moving through Carthage, moving through the Fidelity area and Sarcoxy. Not really any rotation with those, but it's been a loud night. Flash flooding's a concern, so please turn around, don't drown. But I really want to harp on this tornado warned storm south of Neosho. You are still right here in the area of rotation. We're kind of in between two different radar sites, the Springfield radar and the Tulsa radar, so it's hard to get a really good look at this. But we are seeing gusty winds moving into the south side of Neosho right now as we speak, so you need to be taking shelter, putting as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Storm shelter is the best place you could be. Basement's a great place to be. Lowest level of your home. I know apartment complexes are tough, but south of Neosho, right north of Goodman, this is the area that we're watching for this rotating storm. Let me show you our KZRG eye in the sky pointed towards the south. A lot of lightning in this storm as we continue to keep an eye on it here in the stations of Zimmer Marketing as we are approaching the 10:30 time frame. Area of rotation still north side of Goodman, south of Neosho, going northeast. A lot of hail coming down just west of I-49. Get a new radar scan, give us a better chance, get us a better look at this storm as well. And it looks like, man, we've seen 75 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts reported with this storm. We do have storm shelters open, of course, in Neosho. I'm hoping people were there. I know it's hard to get an exact grip on when a tornado might drop or might get into the area. But they did open those shelters and FEMA shelters in Newton County when they saw the storm in parts of northeast Oklahoma. Getting a new radar velocity scan. The latest showing rotation is not as impressive with this latest scan. Some good news there, but still gusty winds, heavy rain, small hail moving through Neosho. Nothing's on the ground right now, just radar indicated rotation, so we are still looking good on that point, but we do want to make sure that people are aware that could drop a tornado if it ramps up. But we've seen pea-sized hail on I-49 and US 60, Highway 60 there in the Neosho area. But Neosho wants you to stay in your shelter. Goodman, stay in your shelter. Anderson, Pineville, Southern McDonald County, you're no longer in a warning. We are seeing people report maybe some gusty winds causing power flashes in the Neosho metro area. Got people asking about Springfield as well. Springfield needs to be weather aware the next hour and a half or so. A little bit of rotation still right over Neosho, especially the south side of town. It's not looking as impressive as it was, but if we've had gusty winds reported up to 60, 70, even an 80-mile-an-hour wind gust reported at one time, so this storm is packing a punch with it. I just don't see as much rotation as I did a few moments ago. But northeast of Goodman there in this white circle I've drawn south of Neosho, south of the downtown area of Neosho, looking for any little kink in that little notch, you may want to call it. But areas like Granby, Fairview need to be weather aware right now. Diamond, you're in this warning. Diamond, you're looking good. Wentworth, you need to be weather aware, but if you're along and north of Highway 60 in Neosho, Granby, velocity's pretty weak here, and it's tracking east-northeast, so it's tracking towards the southeast side of Neosho, south of Granby, that Highway 86 area, Monarch Springs, Sweetwater. Let's look at Stark City. We'll zoom in even further, see Newtonia there. This is the area of rotation where it's headed right now. Sorry I didn't mention Fairview, Stark City, Newtonia, but the radar here, it is biased against smaller communities here. Newtonia, Stark City need to be taking shelter. Area of rotation is still pretty broad, pretty weak, but again, it's radar indicated rotation. Tornado warning continues. It is until 11 o'clock. But I don't know if it will be rotating for that long or not. But we're going to keep you up to date. And people are saying sirens sounding again in Neosho, sirens sounding in Diamond. I'll be honest with you, Diamonds, you're looking good. You're far north and west of where the area rotation is. So I know the sirens may be sounding in Diamonds, but the area rotation is still south and southeast of Neosho. Northeast of Goodman, moving northeast. The people I'm concerned about right now, listen up, Fairview, Stark City, and Newtonia. Boulder City. Let's get into some highways here. South of Highway 86, Highway O, Highway H. East of Fort Crowder, Conservation Area. These are the places that I'm concerned about. Not concerned about Diamonds. Not really concerned about downtown Neosho at this time. It's not looking as good rotation-wise as it was. So good news for us. Good news for people in Newton County. But it is, again, in the extreme southeastern part of Newton County. Small communities, Fairview, Stark City, Newtonia, need to be getting in your shelter because we want to take these seriously. Christopher, Boulder City, Sweetwater, Wanda, Stella. That's kind of this area where this rotation might be roaming towards. We don't really see many storm chasers kind of in this area. People asking about Aurora here in the area. Pierce City, Monette, you would be in the path of it before Aurora. We need to keep an eye on it. So I think if this storm is continuing to weaken, it's not going to be such a problem for parts of Berry County and Lawrence County. But we're still going to keep an eye on it as it pushes north and east here on the stations of Zimmer Marketing, live severe weather coverage, News Talk KZRG, Ty Albright here, keeping you ahead of the storm, trying to keep you ahead of the storm as we are watching this area of rotation. Not looking as impressive. Again, it's moving east of Neosho now. Newtonia, Stark City, Fairview, even north of Stella. That's the area we're concerned about. But getting a new radar scan here. Not looking as impressive, but if it were rotating, it'd be right over Sweetwater, Boulder City, heading for Stark City, Newtonia, north of Stella. It's trying, but it's not too organized. It's not too impressive according to the radar. But if you're in Pierce City and Monette, you want to keep an eye on it. Wentworth, maybe go ahead and get in your shelter. Ritchie, south of you, it's going to be in that Newtonia, Stark City. Between Newtonia, Stark City, and Stella. These areas are the ones that are going to be under the gun of the rotation area. Somebody's asking, Granby again, your Diamonds again, you are in this warning, but it's pushing east and south of you. So, Goodman, here's the places that are good. These areas that are still in the warning, but you're fine. Goodman, you're fine. Neosho, you're looking better, especially downtown. Diamond, you're good. Granby, it's tracking southeast to you, actually. Stark, Ritchie, looks like it's going to stay south of you. Wentworth, it looks like it might stay south of you. This is a low-grade tornado warning, but still, Newtonia, Stark City, Stella. These are the areas I'm concerned about mostly. Highway O, Highway HH, Stark City, Newtonia, Highway 86, where it meets up with EE, north of Stella. Those are the areas within the rotating portion of the storm. But again, it's not looking that impressive to me right now, but as long as the National Weather Service continues the warning, we are going to continue to treat it seriously. So we'll just stay on the station's Zimmer Marketing here with you. The latest scan, though, southeast of Neosho, south of Granby, headed for Stark City, Newtonia, but it's not looking all that scary, to be honest with you. Looking better and better. So people that are worried south of Granby, southeast of Granby, if you're worried in Stark City, Newtonia, I still want you in your shelter, Newtonia and Stark City, but it's not as bad as it was looking. So all of McDonald County now out of the tornado warning, it looks like. So Goodman, everybody's fine there. We're good. And Anderson, Pineville, Knoll. Southeast side of Newton County, east side of Newton County. That's where this warning continues. But it looks like it's really not doing much of anything rotation-wise. But if it were, it would be right near south of Stark City and Newtonia. I'm just not seeing anything that looks too scary to me at this time. But we do actually have a new severe thunderstorm warning in northeast Oklahoma that'll be tracking back into these areas we're talking about. A lot of lightning in Jay and Grove, going to be headed for Anderson and Pineville. So still the storms are going to continue. Rotation's not looking crazy at all. If there were any, it would be Stark City. And it would be Newtonia, really. But I'm not that impressed with it. So, tornado warning continues. If I'm in Neosho, you're fine. City of Neosho, you're fine. Diamond, you're no longer in the warning. Granby, you're in the warning still, but you're looking good. You're looking good. The main area it's a concern right now, Newtonia and Stark City, even in Fairview, that Highway 86 corridor, southwest of Pierce City and Monette, and west of Purdy, northwest of Wheaton. National Weather Service in Springfield looking at the big picture. Not much severe development back across Kansas. Storms are getting cut off from the cold front, so they are less confident in the wave of storms and how severe they might be. It's entirely plausible that the current wave that's moving through is the main show with the severe weather and flooding. That's what they're seeing right now. So that is good news for us to be able to sleep here shortly once this main line rolls through. And the Newton County rotation is not as strong and is located east-southeast in Neosho, definitely weakening as it heads into Stark City and Newtonia and Fairview. So good news there. Neosho, your storm anxiety, you can take a deep breath. Diamond, you can take a deep breath. Granby, take a deep breath. You are fine. Still got a loud storm pushing through, but the area of rotation is not what it once was. It is over Stark City and Newtonia and Stella right now. But even I'm not that impressed with what's going on according to the radar. But as long as the National Weather Service has you in that red and pink polygon, we're going to continue to follow it for you. We'll keep you up to date here on the stations of Zimmer Marketing because you don't want anybody to be caught off guard with any of these severe storms. Again, flash flooding, a problem for us tonight. Turn around, don't drown. You don't want to hydroplane on the highways. But still, watching this tornado-warned storm, southeastern edge of Newton County. Neosho, you're good. Granby, you're good. Diamond, you're good. Highway 60 in Neosho and Granby and headed towards Pierce City right now, you're fine. The area rotation's still in that north of Stella, south Stark City area. It's just still looking very broad, very messy. Not all that impressive, excuse me. But good news, rotation, not as strong. Definitely weakening. And good news, like I mentioned, the National Weather Service says the storms behind this wave that we thought might be a problem after midnight, it looks like it could just be some loud storms. We're not seeing any warnings out there, so we are very pleased with that news. But this line of storms extending all the way up. I mean, we've got a couple line of storms extending all the way through north central Missouri back into southeastern Oklahoma. So this is a pretty big system. We knew that this was possible tonight. Possible today. Been watching this for several days, and it did kind of come to fruition. I know a lot of people may have been caught off guard because it's still March, early on in the severe weather season. But always best to be prepared. This was Severe Weather Preparedness Week from the National Weather Service. And just getting those storm shelters cleaned out. Knowing your location, knowing where you are in this area can help you when severe weather strikes. Just getting the latest details. They have issued a flash flood warning for parts of Barton and Dade counties. That's places like Golden City, Lockwood, Greenfield, east of Lamar. So again, flash flooding only takes about 6 inches of rain to sweep somebody off of their feet. If you're walking for whatever reason at this time of night in flooded water, but also it takes about 12 inches to sweep a moving vehicle off of the water or off of the roadway. So just so you know, that's the flash flooding threat will continue tonight, especially if those storms backbuild and we get more rain, more heavy rain. Tornado warning continues eastern side of Newton County. Neosho, you're still technically in the warning, but you're fine. Neosho is fine. Neosho is good. Still a heavy thunderstorm been pushing through. Going to watch and see what they do about the Berry County and southwestern Lawrence County if they advance this thunderstorm as a tornado warning, or if they advance this as a severe thunderstorm warning. But the rotation's not looking impressive at all as it heads towards Fairview. It's pretty weak, pretty broad, falling apart. We'll see what happens with it. We're just going to keep an eye on what the National Weather Service has in store for us. Get a new radar scan from this storm. Again, there's really no kinks in the line, no notches we're really seeing at this tornado warning, so I do anticipate them at least trying to cancel this here shortly. So good news here. Unless there is some sort of recycling or recharging, I bet they just extend this as a thunderstorm warning instead of a tornado warning. So that's good news for those in Berry County. That's good news for those of you on the southwest side of Lawrence County. We're talking Pierce City. We're talking Monette. We're talking Purdy. We're talking the Highway 97, Highway 60 corridors, Highway 37 corridors there, Monette, Pierce City, Purdy, Wheaton. Tornado warning still in southeastern Newton County. I do believe that will be allowed to expire here shortly. Neosho, you're still in the warning. You should be good. You are good. Neosho, get out of your storm shelter if you're not already. Granby, get out of there. Ritchie, get out of there. Newtonia, Stark City, the area rotation was very broad. It went over. You do have gusty winds pushing through, but all good news, it looks like. The warning won't expire for another 16 minutes, but we'll see if they cancel it before that. So, big news, thunderstorm warning actually has just been issued for Mount Vernon. So let's run through this. Southeastern Cedar, Polk counties, Lawrence County, Western Greene, and all of Dade County. Severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and some small hail with that. So it looks like that's part of the extension of this tornado warning. But still nothing for Pierce City or Monette or Purdy. Very curious to see what they do here, but very weak rotation moving into those areas. East of Newtonia, east of Stark City, where the weak rotation is moving through right now. So that's why we're still on air. Still got a tornado warning from the National Weather Service in effect. So we're just going to continue to take it seriously, just in case there was some sort of uptick in rotation. But we have not seen that in the last several scans of the radar. We'll stay with you. That's what we do here. The station's a Zimmer Marketing. It's News Talk KZRG 1046. People asking about northeast Oklahoma still. Grand Lake getting another strong thunderstorm, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail. There are some gusty little kinks in the line headed for Jay. Again, I'm not seeing much of rotation there, but still heavy thunderstorms going to be likely throughout the night. We could see some more warnings maybe later on in the early morning hours. It's just the National Weather Service is really not seeing as impressive of storms near the cold front as they thought earlier. So right now we're getting lucky about this. Maybe this is the main show. Of course, we want to keep an eye on it. Make sure you got several ways to receive watches and warnings through the night, just in case. Download the Zimmer Storm Center app. All right, let's see if there's still some rotation trying near Fairview, north of Wheaton, near Sunrise, near Pioneer, some very small communities on the western side of Berry County. The National Weather Service giving us an update. They are getting ready to cancel the tornado warning for Newton County. They're replacing it with a severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like it's becoming a Boeing line segment. So tornado warning's about to get canceled for Newton County. So everybody in Newton County, especially in Neosho, you're fine. I know we got a lot of people in Neosho listening. Get out of that storm shelter if you haven't already. But we are looking better and better. But it looks like somebody asked, pass over Wentworth yet? Wentworth, you're on the northern edge of it. It looks like it would be passing south of you anyway, but near Fairview, maybe headed towards Pierce City and Monette is where the original area of rotation was. Hasn't looked all that impressive lately, but that would be where the area of concern would have been. But again, tornado warning getting canceled here momentarily. Severe thunderstorm warning is going to be in effect for Pierce City, Monette, Purdy, and move east-northeast towards the Springfield metro. So once this tornado warning gets canceled, we'll let you go on the radio and do some more coverage on the KZRG Facebook page. But for now, Everybody in Neosho's good. Granby's good. Diamond's good. Joplin's good. Look at that. We're not even in any rain in Joplin. What we got to be looking for in Joplin would be anything that revamps back towards Wichita, between here and Wichita. And there's just a line of storms that are sub-severe at this time. So they have now officially replaced the tornado warning. It's still blinking, but oblong-shaped severe thunderstorm warning just issued for southeastern Newton, northwestern Christian, northwestern Stone, eastern McDonald, northern Berry, southern Lawrence, and central Greene counties. So several counties here. That includes places like Springfield, Republic, Big Sugar Creek State Park, Monette, Aurora, Cassville, Marionville, Pierce City, Purdy. It's a severe thunderstorm warning for you. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts could be in store for you with this storm. Also, Mount Vernon getting in on the action. Boeing line segment between Joplin and Mount Vernon. I know I-44 between Joplin and Springfield, not really going to be a fun place to be over the next hour as it's pushing east. Visibility very low in portions of these areas, so take it slow if you're out driving around tonight. Boeing line segment going through Fairview, headed for Purdy, Monette, and Pierce City. That's the area of concern, but the tornado warning is being allowed to cancel. So that's some good news here. It's still blinking on our radar, so we'll stay on the radio stations of Zimmer Marketing. Do have people asking about a Joplin concern later on tonight. The second line is beginning to develop out west, between here and Wichita. Can't tell if the storms are getting undercut by the cold front. If they do, if the cold front passes them, it's just going to be some good old thunderstorms. If there's anything that produces, it tries to go before the cold front, those are the ones we would be concerned about. But I've got some other meteorologists thinking second line developing might not have enough energy. It's kind of trending downward. Maybe just locally heavy rainfall with these storms. Maybe some rumbles of thunder and lightning could be in store for us as we approach midnight or even 1 or 2 in the morning. But right now, the severe thunderstorms are over for Joplin. They're over for Miami. They're over for southeast Kansas. They're over for Carthage, Webb City, Carl, Oronogo. Everybody's looking good. Neosho even now on the backside of this system. Really, Monette, Mount Vernon, Purdy, Pierce City, Cassville. Areas southeast McDonald County, southeast Newton County, western Berry, northwestern Berry, all of Lawrence County, really, and then the Springfield Metro. These Boeing line segments are going to continue to push off that way. So that's really the area of concern as we speak. So radio listeners, we're going to be on the live KZRG Facebook page for at least a little bit longer, kind of watch and see what we can expect. But for now, we'll get you radio listeners back to regular programming as we approach the 11 o'clock hour. Thank you so much for tuning in on the stations of Zimmer Marketing. Ty Albright here on the KZRG 24-hour storm sensor. Download the Zimmer Storm Center app. Get alerts for any storms that might pop up later on tonight. Again, thank you for tuning in. I'm Ty Albright, News Talk KZRG.
This severe weather update from studios of News Talk KZRG and Zimmer Marketing is sponsored by New Mac Electric, proudly serving Southwest Missouri for over 80 years. New Mac Electric, your touch-tone energy partner. Zimmer Marketing and News Talk KZRG. Depend on it.
Hello, KZRG followers. Thank you for tuning in. They're sounding again in Wentworth. Well, the thing is, emergency management might see that they're still, they've shaved off this warning. So if you're in Wentworth, actually, look at this little segment here. It's trying to bow out. So Ritchie and Wentworth, if there's going to be a very gusty winds threat for Pierce City and Wentworth here. As you can see, this little bright color. If you're in Wentworth and the sirens are sounding and you're nervous about the storm, go ahead and take shelter if you'd like, because this storm is continuing to, pack a punch with it. So appreciate you, Dalton. McDonald's fries brought to you by Kissin' 92.5.
That's what we're here for.
I'll be honest with you, this is the first real food I've had all day.
That sucks.
Yeah.
They're fresh too.
Oh my God.
They're probably hot. The lady was like, they just came out.
That's fine with me.
Oh, shit.
Sorry, I just started diving in.
I don't blame you. I was kind of listening. It sounds like we're good for a while at least.
I think so. I'm going to kind of keep an eye on these moving out. Wentworth, Pierce City, Monette, Boeing segment moving right into the area of Lawrence County, Berry County, Eastern Newton. That might be why the sirens were still sounding in Wentworth, because you're still under a warning technically. So better safe than sorry. But I know a lot of people, when they hear the sound of the sirens, they think the tornado's on the ground. Doesn't always necessarily mean that. But just so you are aware of how sometimes every emergency management director has a different set of rules and regulations.
In your professional opinion, should I wait until tomorrow morning to head to Jeff City? That's the thing, is I'd have to drive right through that.
Aurora, Carthage looks good. We got to wait and see what these storms near Wichita do. We could see some more rumbles of thunder. You can't see rumbles of thunder. Hear some more rumbles of thunder and more lightning tonight. We're hoping that this storm system took all the energy out, but I'm looking. The parameter space still out west is still there, unfortunately. McDonald's fries again, brought to you by Kissin' 92.5. Dalton. What's your official name? There's Dalton's arm.
It's just me.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's Dalton.
Making the cameo.
Mm-hmm. Taylor says they can't just keep the sirens on. They will burn up. They have to give them a break. I agree, and it's very annoying when they're on the whole time. Anyway, Boeing line segment still moving through. We're going to watch out here near Wichita. Right now, just some good old-fashioned thunderstorms. Let's take a look at a future radar model and see what it's showing. Again, it's not going to be completely accurate, but they hit pretty well, or they modeled pretty well today. So again, this line segment could come through around 2 a.m. So I don't know if they're going to be severe or not, but they could wake you up. They could for sure wake you up. Why is Granby going off again? A lot of emergency personnel in each city pay attention to just what the National Weather Service says, and if there is a warning in and around your area, there's a good chance they sound the sirens. Granby's not under a tornadic threat, so it's moved off east of you. Boeing line segment's about to move through Pierce City, though. Going through Wentworth just now. Highway 97, Yonkerville. Cool name. But a lot of emergency management and city types have different rules for when they actually sound the sirens. So it's really hard to tell you exactly why they would have done that. But Pierce City, though, pretty good gust of wind coming through. Wesley, Stone County, will be getting into it within the hour. Depends on where you are in Stone County. Sorry, I'm talking with my mouth full. Haven't ate all day. Thank you for the fries.
I could have gotten you more.
Nah, you're good. Get home and get a snack here in a little bit.
I was going to say, are you going to stay here throughout this, or are you going to head at some point?
Still got some severe thunderstorms moving through the area along and south of I-44. Excuse me. These fries are salty indeed.
Yeah, man. Dog fries in a while. I just got a burger.
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 I don't know why they still have this tornado warning. It expires in 1 minute, so there shouldn't be any more sirens going off in Newton County. Pierce City, though. Boeing Line 7 right through the city. Monette, Purdy, get ready for it. Wheaton, get ready for it. Asking about Monette, of course, you're about to get this heavy amount of wind come through. Is there another round later for Neosho Granby? Yes, unfortunately. Now, how severe it's going to be, we don't know, simply because, look at this little notch, though. Monette and Purdy need to be, I wouldn't say taking shelter, but there's a significant gust front coming through. But just taking a look here. This stuff out west doesn't look impressive at all. So there could be a random severe warning overnight. That's all right, Alexis. I try to answer. I'm always answering stuff over and over. I know people tune in and out all the time. Could be a random severe warning, maybe a gusty wind or two. Maybe a little bit of a hail threat as well, but I think the tornado threat really is weakened, is going down. I'm hoping at least, but still got a gust front moving through Mount Vernon, Pierce City, Purdy, moving east towards Aurora, towards Cassville. Those are the areas that are under concern right now, at least.
For a man from Neosho, that's it.
I think I'm going to go ahead and get headed out. Looks like everything's kind of dying.
If you're still here tuning into the KZRG Facebook and YouTube feed, thank you so much. Be live for a little bit longer to watch these storms move through and then maybe take a break and maybe reassess the situation to see what these storms out west are going to do. They're just not looking all that impressive. Again, the cold front's still got to move through, so we will have storm chances until it does pass. But Mount Vernon, Monette, look at that Pierce City gust front moving through Purdy, and then Butterfield, Wheaton, headed for Cassville. All this lightning in these storms showing that these are still pretty intense. I-44, not a fun place to be near Mount Vernon, for sure. Not much is rotating, though. This is the good news. Let's see what we got here. I'll do another few minutes of assessment, but Mount Vernon, Stott City, Hoburg, I-44 there near Mount Vernon's pretty treacherous. So still is a tornado possible tag with these storms. Weak rotation showing up along the line, seeing 70-mile-an-hour gusts in the segment moving through Dade and Lawrence counties. So these are nothing to scoff at. We've got straight line wind gusts up to 80 miles an hour. You do want to take this seriously. I'm going to see if I can find you a MoDOT camera. See if there's an I-44 camera near the Mount Vernon area that shows this storm here. One of the cameras is down, one of the cameras is just showing the McDonald arches. I'll show you this one here. This is I-44 MoDOT cam near Mount Vernon. You can see it's black and white, tough to see anything. Mount Vernon there on the right, the McDonald arches. That's I-44 on the left. Again, that's a very awful picture. But there is a tornado possible tag on that storm, so just so you are aware of what we're seeing here in the KZRG 24-hour storm sensor. Joplin in the clear for now. Yes, Terry, I do want you to just understand that there is going to be a chance for more storms coming through, but they're not going to be, hopefully, what these were. They will be along the cold front, so still chances possible, though, for them to have some gusty winds within. And you're watching the MoDOT camera, I-44. The McDonald arches there, very blurry. Look at that lightning show we got going. I-44 there on the left, the glowing lights. MoDOT using cameras from the 1970s, it seems. This camera is busted. Camera near Halltown. Let's see if it just shows a bunch of junk. Let's take a look at some of this. There's still these parameters in place. So if storms are going, I mean, there's still chances for some Boeing line segments here from the National Weather Service's mesoscale analysis. So it's going to be a long night of gusty winds. Take a look at some of these other things here. This is the upper level water vapor. You can see the cold front here. Some of these storms trying to explode, but they're nothing like what we've seen. See what the Storm Prediction Center has for us. Also want to make you aware of Tuesday. We are in the severe weather threat for Tuesday. I don't want to look too far ahead of it because it's still several days away, but we are smack dab in this 15% for Tuesday, so just be weather aware Tuesday as well. Still got the weekend to watch all that. Man, we got a gusty wind headed for Mount Vernon. Landrum, Freistadt, Hoburg. This thing's trying to rotate here. Want you to be weather aware. South of Mount Vernon. Mariana, Polk County, Morrisville. Gonna get some heavy rain. It looks like there's no warnings up and around there, but heavy rain, gusty winds, lightning. But a lot of people are, again, worried about Joplin. We know the metro is always the focal point. Right now we're good. There's a little bit of a break. Should I put olive oil in the boiling water when making spaghetti? I'll be honest with you, Miles. I've messed up the spaghetti before recently, too. And so you should not be asking me. Because I might end up saying yes to that question. Mount Vernon, man, you got a big storm coming your way. Mount Vernon. I wouldn't say take shelter. There's no tornado warning on it, but that storm is really trying to produce gusty winds. Okay, so along and south of I-44, big, still got severe storms. Along and north of I-44, we're pretty good, close to Joplin. Of course, Mount Vernon, you gotta hunker down here. You got a big wind gust about to move through Mount Vernon. But everybody else, for now, we got to break until this bigger line segment tries to roll through later on tonight. I just am not really that impressed with it. It's more impressive towards Kansas City. If these back build down towards Wichita and between here and Wichita, it's something we may need to keep an eye on. But I really think hail and wind would be the main threats with any storm that we see closer to midnight or after midnight. So just have ways to receive warnings if there is some sort of rotation in it. But Mount Vernon, Hoburg, man, you're getting pounded. Look at that. Look at that. Aurora, Mount Vernon, Verona, Highway 60 between Monette and Aurora. Crazy winds on the radar. This is that camera, I-44 camera. You can see the McDonald Arch. It's just a lightning show here in Mount Vernon. This camera is very poor, but just shows the power of the storm that's going to be headed towards Mount Vernon here. Actually, is about to impact Mount Vernon as we speak. I'm going to refresh this for you just a moment. Man, look at that. Big time wind, Mount Vernon, Missouri, Verona, Globe, Aurora, Marionville, headed towards the Springfield metro. Stone County, it's going to take Galena, Missouri, Table Rock Lake, Cassville, still taking its time getting there, but within the next 30 to 45 minutes there. And then Springfield, of course, it's closing in on as well. But that is one heck of a storm headed for Mount Vernon, the south side of Mount Vernon especially. Again, flash flooding tonight. Sorry, I'm kind of zoning out looking at the cameras here, but flash flooding will remain a threat for us, especially that second line of storms does move through. Hi, Araceli, sorry, it's late night. Seligman, Are you down near... They reissued this big warning here. Hang on. Well, I need to start... I know where Seligman's at, but I also don't. Shoot, I clicked on the wrong one. We're over here in Europe. We're in Vienna. My goodness. Let's get back to the... I clicked on the wrong Seligman. Okay, Seligman, yeah, you're down here. So we're not looking at anything rotating right now. It's gonna be loud here shortly within the next 20 minutes or so. But we're not looking at anything that looks too crazy. Again, it's loud. I understand you got anxiety. But not looking at anything that's overly concerning rotation-wise. So there's some stuff headed towards Bentonville and Rogers that could be something to keep an eye on. But what would be headed towards Seligman doesn't look too impressive right now. So again, keep an eye on it, but I'm not overly concerned about anything rotating. Hope that helps. Mount Vernon getting pounded. Whew. Let me show you this. Look at the MoDOT cam. My goodness. Even though it's in black and white, and it's a really crappy looking image. You can see the rain hitting the pole that it's on. Can't even see the McDonald's sign anymore. This is I-44 at mile marker 47 right there at the Mount Vernon exit. Anytime, Araceli. Anytime. That's what we're here for. I used to have a lot of storm anxiety, but then I really love storms and love weather. And the more aware you are of what's going on, the better chance you have to be more confident and understand that, like, I mean, obviously, the Joplin tornado, most horrific thing that's ever, happened. But the likelihood of anything like that happening ever again, I mean, unbelievably small. So it's just best to always be prepared and be weather aware. This is the I-44 MoDOT cam, Mount Vernon. You can barely see anything, not only because of the low camera quality, but because this storm moving through that area. Monette, just a good old loud thunderstorm. Now that the gust fronts move through, it's about to move through Aurora and Marionville, then head up into the Springfield metro. But Mount Vernon's getting pounded as we speak. Unbelievable stuff out of Mount Vernon. I-44, man. Terrible place to be near Mount Vernon. Wentworth is clear for this round one. Now, I can't... sorry, they issued a new tornado warning for Benton County, Arkansas, and Delaware County, Oklahoma. So, I was telling Araceli that nothing was rotating that could be headed towards Seligman, but you need to keep an eye on this, Araceli, if you're still watching. They issued this new warning. It's very poor radar coverage here. But Bella Vista, west of Bentonville, these areas need to watch it. So if that were continue to track into Missouri, it could impact portions of Berry County near Washburn and Seligman. So just, again, it's not overly impressive right now, but we need to watch it. It's a bit of a lowering, though, with the storm in northwest Arkansas. Near Gravette, Decatur, Sulphur Springs. You got any friends near Bella Vista, Decatur, Gravette, Sulphur Springs? Rotation headed that way. A lowering for sure has been reported. Man, look at that. Look at these little kinks in the line near. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a few. I don't want to make assumptions, but there is rotation in this line east of Mount Vernon headed towards Halltown in the west side of the Springfield Metro. So anybody in this area between Mount Vernon and Springfield needs to be weather aware for sure. Again, in northeast or northwest Arkansas, tornado warning in extreme northwestern parts of Benton County that we're keeping an eye on. Just be weather aware, there is another threat on Tuesday. Man, I'm seeing some videos. There was actually a big tornado in Michigan today. There were some tornadoes reported near in Oklahoma. Actually had some really insane videos. Everybody's looking good. The thing is that with this second round, it's very hard to tell because there's nothing out there right now. If you kind of just take a look. Here's the big picture. There's the United States of America. The only severe thunderstorm warnings with this second batch are up near Kansas City and Lawrence. As the line goes south-southwest, it's just kind of just good old thunderstorms. I mean, there's nothing too concerning, so it's really hard to say if the second round is going to be scary or not. I know I expect some rounds of thunder, lightning, heavy rain, maybe a little bit of hail. But not too scary. Wall cloud reported near Halltown. I-44 between Mount Vernon and Springfield. I was watching some chasers out of, they've gone ahead and issued this tornado warning for. Okay, I'll give it another update on air. Ty Albright here in the KZRG 24-hour storm center. Tornado warning issued for eastern parts of Lawrence County. This is east now of Mount Vernon, headed towards the Halltown area. We had a wall cloud, a lowering, some sort of shelf cloud reported in that area, which has prompted the National Weather Service to go ahead and issue a tornado warning for eastern Lawrence County and western Greene counties. This is between Mount Vernon and Springfield, headed towards the Springfield area. But the National Weather Service, again, I know we have Kicks and Kissin. A couple of other stations are able to be heard in these areas. So again, I just want you to be weather aware that a tornado warning issued for the Halltown area. I-44, a bad place to be right around Halltown. Right around, that is what, mile marker or exit 57. So a little bit of rotation here. It's really a gusty wind concern, I think, is a tornado possible tag, but they did add that tornado warning because of a wall cloud reported, maybe a shelf cloud reported in that area. And I know a lot of people, a lot of truckers, everybody's on I-44, of course, all the dang time. Extremely low clouds that were being reported near the Halltown area. So again, they did go ahead and issue a tornado warning there. A lot of people still asking on the Facebook page, what about Joplin for the rest of the night? Looking good. The second round of severe weather, second round of storms, the line of storms hasn't really been able to do anything just yet. Looks like the cold front might undercut some of these storms. So if that happens, it would just mostly be good old-fashioned thunder boomers and really gonna have to worry about the flash flooding threat for sure tonight. But tornadic-wise, rotation-wise, looking better and better with each passing moment. Wet in southeast Kansas, northeast Oklahoma, and then areas like Joplin. Do also have a tornado warning in extreme northwestern Arkansas, headed towards Gravette, north of Decatur, south of Sulphur Springs, west of Bella Vista, west of Bentonville. That is something I know that we have some listeners in as well. Not our immediate coverage area, but this will stay south of the Missouri-Arkansas line, it looks like right now. But Gravette should be in your safe space. Decatur, Bella Vista, get in your safe space. But again, tornado warning headed for the Halltown area, I-44. Not really seeing anything in the way of rotation. It's really hard to at least see it, but this bowing out segment is just at least trying to spin up something. Halltown, Plano, I-44 between Mount Vernon and Springfield. Going to be a rough go at it the next little bit. So if you are traveling either way, especially if you're traveling east or with the storm, it's not fun. Not fun for sure. But just wanted to give you an update on air about that, keeping our eyes on any potential severe threat throughout the early morning hours. Download the Zimmer Storm Center app to stay up to date with the latest information. But again, wanted to make sure everybody was aware. Tornado warning covering the Halltown area, Plano area, headed towards Republic, Bodark, Ash Grove. It's headed east towards the Springfield, western side of Springfield Metro. And then the Boeing line segments, we still got 60, 70 mile an hour wind gusts down towards the Cassville area, even towards Washburn, Seligman, and then you got the tornado warning in extreme northwestern Benton County of northwest Arkansas that we're keeping an eye on as well. But going to be live on the KZRG Facebook page and YouTube a little bit longer. But for now, we'll get you back to regular programming on the stations of Zimmer Marketing. Ty Albright reporting live from the KZRG 24-hour Storm Center. Excuse me. National Weather Service says, National Weather Service says the tornado warning for eastern Lawrence and western Greene was the line segment with the embedded rotation that's moving into Greene County shortly. It's transient, not as strong as it was a little bit ago, but they'll keep the warning going. As you can see here on the screen, some new severe thunderstorm warnings in northeast Oklahoma. The track is northeast. Could affect parts of McDonald County, Berry County. Well, let's see where those go. But Springfield Metro could be a long night. Southwest of Springfield, south of Springfield could be a long night for you. We are still waiting to see if there's any type of storms get going. There's one little pop-up near Coffeyville I want to keep an eye on. I'm going to use the restroom here and just let you guys watch the radar for just a bit. But I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Let me look at the KZRG Facebook comments. Crescent, Oklahoma, hail and no news. Let me take a look, Myra. Where? Crescent? Crescent, you're up there and you got some small hail. Okay, you're behind the cold front, so you're up there northeast or northwest, north of Oklahoma City. It's just a good old thunderstorm. See those little lines near Guthrie? That's the cold front moved through. It's moved past the storm, so that undercuts it and things. So you're good. I do want to watch what this cell. You're right. What about Chinook, Kansas? Coffeyville's 50 minutes away. This storm looks like it's not moving towards Chinook. It's just a little baby storm. I don't think it'd be. Yeah, Chinook's. There's Chinook. Yeah, this storm would not be tracking there. You're about to get it. You're about to get the cold front come through, and then the storms are going to be making their way away from you. Mount Vernon, your phone just woke you up now? No shot. Mount Vernon, I mean, you got pounded a little bit ago, but you're fine. Mount Vernon's good now. The threat's over. The tornado warnings have been canceled. Springfield area about to be really, really loud. So if you know somebody in Springfield, it's going to be very, very loud there. No tornado warnings though, but that's crazy. If you woke up already, the brunt of the storm's over. Rotation got too far away from the outflow boundary. They canceled the tornado warning. Circulations are difficult to watch, says the National Weather Service. Crane and Clever. Those areas are kind of rotating towards Nixa and Ozark. Need to be weather aware. We'll take a look at this little cell near Coffeyville and just kind of watch what it does. But if it doesn't do anything by midnight, good night. Well, they issued another, man, they're really, so Nixa, the southeast side of Springfield, and Ozark now under a tornado warning. And these are moving away from Joplin. Again, tornado warning south of Springfield, headed for Nixa and Ozark. It's a pretty messy radar presentation, but if you know anybody over there, got yourself a tornado warning. South of Springfield, Delaney, Bolivar, Bolivar should be good for the rest of the night, honestly. You got the brunt of the storm, but if you're south of Springfield, you got to watch this rotation here, headed for Nixa and Ozark. Tornadic circulation near Hurley, moving northeast towards Christian County, eventually southeast parts of Springfield if it holds together. National Weather Service says it is riding an outflow boundary, which is aiding in the tornado potential. Sorry, I keep yawning. It's been a day. So I want to watch this storm here, Coffee. There's these little storms that are trying to get going. These are tough. We're going to watch these, but there's like many little tiny supercells. You know, every storm's got to start out as something, right? So I just want to watch and see what these do in near Coffeyville. Looking at a Kansas City metro tornado warning near Shawnee, near Mission. Stark City, you're still in your shelter. Why can I not find Stark City? Where are you? There you are. Get out of your shelter, Jewel. You can get out. It's still raining. It's still loud out there, but the tornado threat's been gone for quite some time. So you can get out. Republic. Let me look. So, Republic, heavy rain. Not even actually in a. Well, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning. My bad. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but the tornadic rotation is south of you. So you're there, but it's still very loud there in Republic. But the rotation is south of you near Hurley, near Crane, headed for Nixon, Ozark, and the southeast side of Springfield. Welcome. Monarch Season 1. Yeah, get some sleep, Janelle. Springfield Metro about to get hit hard with some gusty winds. Still tornado potential there, headed for Ozark and Nixa, even Battlefield. Republic, though, you're on the northern end of where this is. It is very loud in Republic, but your boat in Branson. Branson, it may take a while for these storms to get to you with the way that they're currently, like their current trajectory. But you will get on the action tonight, eventually. Boat should be hopefully tied down. Again, these storms are trying to pop up ahead of the cold front. We'll have to watch and see what these do. We'll check out this Kansas City Metro tornado warning. I don't get a Kansas City tornado warning often. People are reporting sirens in Republic, sirens in Springfield. Probably the 75 mile an hour wind gusts with the tornado possible tag that some emergency managers will go ahead and issue. Not issue, but turn their sirens on. I'm really interested to see if there is actually a tornado that could affect the downtown Kansas City area. Still just hanging out. We are actually looking at severe tornado warning in Kansas City, downtown Kansas City. I'm reversing here a bunch of cameras in the downtown area to see if you can see anything. But downtown Kansas City is under a tornado warning, especially the south side of downtown. Aaliyah, let me take a look at Nixa again, see where we're looking at. Nixa about to get hit with this gust front, still tornado warned storm. Little kinks in the line is what you're looking for. It's really close to the radar here. You might as well just get in your safe spot though. It's impacting you as we speak. It's very, very loud there, so just hunker down. Hunker down. KC's not our area, you know. It's interesting to see. Very rare. I always see tornado warnings in and around Kansas City, but not like the downtown Kansas City area. Springfield sirens going off, we're hearing. Big time severe weather threat moving through Goodman, Granby, Neosho. Good right now. We're just trying to see what's getting going to our west. Again, could be rumbles of thunder tonight. These storms out in southeast Kansas are just kind of little floaty guys. I don't know if they're going to be able to do anything before the cold front undercuts them. But everybody else, yes, you're good unless you're like towards the Springfield metro and then northwest Arkansas. So still mid-level rotation between Nixa and Highlandville. They're going to keep the tornado warning going. So it's getting close to midnight. I think I'm going to call my coverage. It's been almost 5.5 hours, but you're still here. You're still in these areas south of Springfield. Still need to be taking shelter just in case. Could be a loud night. Again, once this cold front moves through, we could see some strong to possibly low-grade severe storms. Maybe a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings reported with that. Download the Zimmer Storm Center app. Thank you so much for tuning in. Truly appreciate it. Again, if you're in the Springfield area, I know there's some other media in this area that's going to be covering this nonstop wall to wall. If you truly need that weather information, but again, truly appreciate you tuning in. Almost 5.5 hours in here, so have a great rest of your night. May talk to you on Tuesday. Severe